Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday Indiana Derby Week edition of Wire to Wire alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. It's been an action-packed week here during Indiana Derby Week for us at Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, cheers to all you horse players. Yesterday, Wednesday of Indiana Derby Week, was heading out to the parking garage here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of course, casino open 24/7, so the lots are often busy. But checked my phone and saw that we handled over 3.4 million on Wednesday's card. Nice average for Indiana Derby Week so far as we started the week on Monday. Hoping to keep the momentum going for a 10-race card here today. Main track fast, turf course firm, and don't forget that turf rail. Handicappers remain set at 36 feet on Indiana Derby Week.
Yes, very excited. Got my Indiana Derby swag on. I'm ready to go. Oh, you got one, didn't you? This is bothering me too. It's giving me a headache. Wonderful weather, beautiful week. Bick's in town. B just got here. Yeah. We've got Maddie coming tomorrow. FBG Dan, Fat Bald Guy Racing's going to be in town. Michelle Yu's going to be here Saturday. Caden and Doug are going to come. There's just lots of racing celebrities coming to hang out with us this week. I'm very excited to see all of them, and it's going to be a wonderful day of racing here today too. Some scratches, but nothing crazy.
Main track fast, turf course firm, turf rail at 36 feet. Speaking of celebrities, we're about to be joined here on the pre-race show during the A block by the weather authorities. Fox 59's Krista McEnany, certainly a celebrity around town here, perfect with her weather forecast. We hope we can keep that momentum going for at least sun, some clouds for today's racing program. Krista, Fox 59, it's all yours. Take the torch.
Good afternoon. It's going to be a very warm and muggy day out at the track. We'll see high temperatures this afternoon near 90 degrees with those feels-like temperatures climbing into the low 90s. By the later evening hours, we will be tracking some spotty to widely scattered showers and storms, so keep that in mind as you're driving home tonight. There could be some rain around. Enjoy the races.
All right, Krista McEnany, thanks for that forecast. Getting a big thumbs down from Racing Rachel. But of course, so we race here, 2:10 opener here today.
Great job, Krista.
We'll close during the 6 o'clock hour. That the 10th race. In fact, the last two races, quarter horse dashes. So we'll keep Martha Clausen busy during Indiana Derby Week. And yesterday, a couple of nice winners here. Shining Path, a victor on yesterday's card, quarter horse wise, and then in the finale by the narrowest of margins, it was John D. winning the finale yesterday.
Really?
John D. got his diploma yesterday.
Nice. Don't you love it when something's named after
Worked
you?
hard for that.
They named Indiana Smoke Show after me, too. No, they didn't. I just love that name, Oklahoma Smoke Show. Have you heard that song? No. Oh, it's good. It's a good song. For those of you who don't know, that's a song.
Joseph Bielmer, he had a couple of winners yesterday.
Great day for him.
On the Wednesday racing program. Yeah, good to see Joseph hit the winner's circle. Murphy Triller Sales winner's circle a couple of times. Now, Amir Mendoza, he's now the leading apprentice here this meet. Jose Gutierrez was off to a fast start. Amir's caught him. He's got 16 wins, sweet 16 for Amir Mendoza, by the way. I've created a new award with the World Cup quarterfinals. Of course, we all know Alex Achar rooting for France today. Big battle against Morocco in the World Cup quarterfinals. But I'm creating the golden boot to the rider that wins the most here during Indiana Week. They're going to get the golden boot.
I like it. Yeah. They love that kind of stuff, too. You tell them, and they're going to be really gunning for it. They love when there's competition, I'm telling you.
Alex Achar won 2 days ago with fervent prayer on the turf course. Tony Granitz has certainly been on fire. That stable to keep an eye on, Tony Granitz. And yesterday, a winner for Alex here at the track, coming from off the pace with underappreciated. And that winner, owned in partnership by, talk about the Triple Crown winners, Steve Cawthon's Dreamfields bred that horse. That's won back-to-back over the course here under Alex, vying for the golden boot. Who'll be the top jockey wins-wise during this Indiana Derby Week. Keep it right here, locked into Wire to Wire. We'll keep you posted. Of course, no live racing on Sunday nor Monday. And don't forget, tomorrow and Saturday's big betting bonanza, the 13-race Indiana Derby Day card tomorrow, and Saturday's big day off at noon. 2:10 post time here today. Gennaro Garcia, also a couple of winners yesterday. Relentless Chick, speaking of Amir Mendoza, by a nostril at the finish. Relentless Chick, that was a good finish here, as it was Spirited Ann. She was making her first run of the year. Rodney Prescott was riding for the Riv Speed, a Larry Ravelli horse. Who's going to catch her? The Chick did.
Yeah, it was a really nice ride by Amir Mendoza. Congratulations to Bill Maher on a double, but I decided to show Amir's because he was aboard both of Gennaro's horses, which scored him a trainer. Look at that. Look at that. And boom. Wow, that was a nice finish. Congratulations to him. And then they went on to race 7 with the number 2, El Payasito.
See, Ganador. Turning for home at 4-5, and Turbo Man was part of an early pace battle. The quarter went in 22 and change, in the half 46.42. Turbo Man then threw in the towel. Pray for Victory ran on toward the inside to get into that second spot. But with Amir, a couple wins on the card to take him to 16 for the meet. And of course, all the apprentices vying for the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award that'll be given out at the end of the season. Amir on his way with a couple of winners yesterday and a Sweet 16 here for the 2026 race meet.
And I saw that Fernando is just a couple in front of Marcelino now. They're really going back and forth and right neck and neck. So
33-31.
yes, definitely keep an eye on those. And Gennaro as well. Klopp and Gennaro been very close, so keep an eye on those names going forward in the week.
Gennaro Garcia 29, Randy Klopp 26, and insofar as the owner's chase goes, Heron Thoroughbreds 18 wins. They top the owner's ranks going into the Thursday card of Indiana Derby week. It's a Thursday. That means Exactamundo.
Yeah, we're going to play Exactamundo today, and it is one of the last preliminary rounds, Nancy said Tammy. Did I say Nancy? Wow, that took me straight back to, 7 years ago. No, Exactamundo has a preliminary rounds, and then it's a cumulative. So you definitely want to get in there if you're in the running. After today, the top 10 players will come back for next week's $1,500 finale, and the top 10 will all start with a bankroll of $0. So it's anybody's ball game once you get to the finale. Be sure to play today, and then the final round will be the 16th.
35 minutes away from the first of the day, we had Krista McEnany joining us with the weather forecast here on the pre-race wire-to-wire show. Before we went up on the air, said hello to our racing analyst Brian Aragoni and his father, enjoying the pre-races in the clubhouse here
Dad.
at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Brian also heading to the windows to cash his Pick 5 ticket yesterday. That was good for over $1,300. How about that,
He had 6 winners on the card the day before yesterday, and yesterday he had 4 winners on the card and gave away a $100 Pick 5 ticket that paid $1,300. So
100, 200,
be here, and he's cashing checks.
Tomorrow post time will be at noon, as I mentioned, and then Saturday's big 13 race card, Indiana Derby Day. Don't forget this coming Saturday. Hope you have your reservations. Sure you do. Post time at noon here on Saturday. You mentioned the lineup tomorrow. Tomorrow's edition of Wire to Wire, the Friday. On the eve of Indiana Derby Day, I'll be joined here, a special edition of Wire to Wire with Matt Carruthers will be joining us here. Of course, I'm a southpaw. He's got the haymaker.
I
so
can't
looking forward to Matty C joining us here all of tomorrow and all of Saturday, of course, on Indiana Derby Day. But Matt and me on tomorrow's edition of Wire to Wire. You mentioned FBG Dan Cronin, and we've got Brian in the house. So looking forward to really this stretch, the final 3 cards as we get to Indiana Derby Day on Saturday and then off on Sunday and Monday for us.
That's right. And one person I didn't put on the list was Jenny Reese, and she sent us a lot of videos, and we have a lot to show. So let's get straight to it here with the Indiana Oaks. I went back and got some today as well, and we're going to start with Nala here in the Oaks. She actually broke her maiden here last out and has ran here, in the most recent one. So she's been here the entire time, Ricky said. So racing Rachel footage, I got a little nod there.
Who shot this?
Yeah, this is a Brad Cogs trainee. That's pretty much who we're going to look at in my videos. She literally was a fan for the peppermint.
She has an eye on you.
She wanted the peppermint, and then she was like, what do I do with this in my mouth?
Is that Ricky Giannini?
Yeah,
Ricky. You got a cameo there?
Yeah, Ricky.
Shades?
Jenny hates when I do this. Jenny's probably cringing right now. She's like, oh my God, I don't touch their mouths. What are you doing, Rachel? I'm like, look, I own horses, woman. I will kiss their nose holes if I have to. If someone allows me to, I will kiss them straight on the mouth. But she was really sweet. Early speed style, good work, obviously. The 3 maximum offer. Now, this is Jenny's Kentucky footage. We got some nice footage from her of him. I think on the track, there's Robbie aboard. Luis Saez gets them out. Kenny McPeak. This horse really, honestly, I think has a good shot, but it's coming in from New York.
New York.
Yeah, New York. Where is he? Wow, great job. Where did he go? He just took off. Okay, I'm like, where did he go? Did we start the video from the beginning?
Obviously, Jenny was in Louisville with the shot.
Yeah. And then Betty's... He did. It was good. And then Betty's Pearl... I know, I was like, where did he go? He is a racehorse, Rachel. Betty's Pearl, also Mario Gutierrez aboard for Brian Lynch. She also got a little bit of an interview with him. I'm probably going to put that on my social media and just trim it down a little bit. Jenny gets so much good info. It's just hard to show on the simulcast because they're so long, and I don't want to cut off any of the info. But this horse had really nice speed, last out of 98 here for Brian Lynch. And then Prom Queen. I got Prom Queen in the stall today, and I'm telling you guys, just off the look there, Irad Ortiz is going to get the mount. He's not won here yet in the handful of times he's come. But I will say she looked physically the best, and I do like that she's already here and not coming tomorrow, because the ones that will arrive tomorrow, you know, she's already going to be over the track in the morning. So she's actually going to get a chance to work over the track just like Nala, which I think gives them, you know, a little bit of an edge. And then, sorry, B, if I cut into your time here, but I do just want to show some of these videos of the Derby horses. We've got our Money Man that Jenny sent us. So this is probably him over the track. This is a Brett Calhoun trainee, and Mr. Money won this Indiana Derby a handful of years ago. So it's just really cool to see one of his progeny now run in the race.
And Brett's a two-time winner, too.
Yes, he is. He's a two-time winner, so you always take it into account when Brett comes, brings a horse. Axel Concepcion aboard here, and there you see him running down the track. And then we're going to go next, after our Money Man, to Creole Chrome.
The Louisiana bred in their midst.
I accidentally, the first time Eric had to text me and be like, Rachel, it's Creole. I know that.
What do you call it?
I called it Creole Chrome, because do you remember Carmally Chrome?
No.
So that just was in my head, and the first time I said his name, I messed his name up, so I apologize. And
won the
thanks,
Louisiana Stallion
for
of the Year
actually
Starter Car
listening
Stakes,
to me.
you know that.
All right, yeah. Let me scratch these horses out.
Creole Chrome.
There he is, Creole Chrome.
Ole, ole, ole.
Junior Alvarado is going to ride for Mr. Joe Sharp. God, how
that's
hot
right,
is
Junior.
Joe right now?
Got a Junior in town.
Coming out of that win, Evangeline. Can't wait to see how that horse does. And then Out of the Woods. This is a Jenny video. Look at that. Was that Out of the Woods, or was that still Creole Chrome? Oh, okay.
Got that big white blade.
Cool. I didn't want, I'm trying to handicap at the same time and watch this video. Sorry, guys. And then Luis Saez is here, is going to ride for Phil D'Amato on Out of the Woods. Jenny got some nice video of him as well heading to the track. They all look really good. I mean, obviously, these are some really nice horses, but the scope on this one, I'm really excited to see the size of him when he comes here.
He's a big
I mean,
sophomore.
geez, look at that. I can't wait to see him in person. And then we'll just end it with Leading Change, and I'm probably going to have some more on him tomorrow. I'm going to go back to the barns for you guys and talk to Ricky Giannini. Irad is going to ride this Brad Cox trainee, a 3-year-old colt by Grun Runner. I'm sure we're all kind of excited to see what he's going to do after breaking his maiden there for the first time June 7th on Churchill Downs at his first ever out. And he looks really good too, but what Brad Cox horse doesn't look phenomenal, but I really like the way he moves. I watched this earlier when she sent it a day or so ago, and definitely has some nice action. So those are the horses that we have some footage and some inside info on. Here for the Indiana Derby, and we'll have more tomorrow. I cannot wait to get back to the barn and see Leading Change is supposed to come tomorrow. I'll show Ricky's interviews, but the good thing about that is that Ricky's here and he can talk about the Brad Cox horses, so hopefully tomorrow when I get there, there'll be more guys here, at least assistants or someone from the horses, because they usually get here the day before. So I'll have more from, I know it feels like I'm being partial, and Ricky is a friend of mine, but it's just because he's like the only one that's here. And so Jenny gave me the other videos. So thank you so much to Jenny and to Ricky for taking his time out and getting us some footage on these Indiana Oaks and Indiana Derby horses.
Rachel partial? Judge for yourself. Socials. We're there. You can check us out for yourself.
Everybody
on X.
knows I have favorites.
You can follow, of course, all of us on social media, including Martha Clausen. She's got a couple of quarter horse dashes to handicap today. There's Rachel on X, and Brian is standing by. Great to have Brian, his dad, joining us here on track on Indiana Derby Week at Mr. B Analyst, and also TrackWise. Be sure to follow us not only on X, but also Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Well, here we go. Thursday of Indiana Derby Week. Again, post time today at 2:10. Don't forget Friday and Saturday's big card from noon Eastern. Quick commercial break on this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. When the pre-race show returns, it's the B block. Brian hit the 50-cent late fire 5 yesterday for $1,300. He takes a closer look at the 50-cent early pick 5 sequence today, starting on the 210 opener. So Racing Rachel and I will step aside. Keep it right here on Wire to Wire. For us, bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to the B block on another beautiful day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It is hot, but it's not too steamy here at Horseshoe Indy, where we are on day 4 of 6 in a row and 7 of 8. Kudos to the racing staff and their entire team for putting on a magnificent show that's set to get better as we approach Indiana Oaks Day tomorrow with a very special post time of 12 o'clock. 2:20 most days, but 12 o'clock on Friday. And we've got an awesome day of racing on Saturday as well with the Indiana Derby graded stakes racing coming to Indianapolis. Very exciting week, but we've got plenty of opportunities to make some money today, build that bankroll throughout the day, throughout the week, really, because it all culminates with that Indiana Derby on Saturday. We've got 10 races today, 8 thoroughbreds, 2 quarter horses, a couple of pick 5s, pick 4s have been paying great all season long, and a new endeavor that we continue to see the handle go in the right direction, daily doubles. If pick 4s are intimidating for you, maybe you would be accustomed to sports betting, 4-team parlay and whatnot. How about a daily double? Just try and get 2 races in a row right. It's 15% takeout. You hear us talk a lot about takeout at Horseshoe Indianapolis, one of the lowest takeouts in the entire country at 15%. Less money taken out of the pool, more money returned to the bettors is always a good sign. I found today's pick 5s very challenging. It's tough. I think there's some singles to be found along the way, or at least some odds on. Whether they win or not is yet to be determined. However, the pick 5s, trying to get 5 races in a row, especially when you add in some turf racing. We've got some maidens. We've got some lower level claiming races today as well, which pose some challenges as they're not always the most consistent sorts out on the racetrack. But let's take a look at how I navigated these first 5 races, put together a pick 5 ticket that you can view on your screen now. Again, confidence fairly low. I'll let you know certainly if I feel great about any spots or anything like that. But overall, you can see on my ticket, I'm going 4 deep in a 6-horse field. That is typically not what you'd like to do. But number 4 is a favorite that might either win and run off the page or not win at all and not perform very well. Was entered previously back in May and was, June, and a vet scratch since that last race on the turf and is pace dependent. Tiana Richardville is winning at 20%. She's having an awesome meet with multiple handicap victories with hot middles as well. But Terminally Handsome goes turf to dirt, 2 for 20. That's the concern. Now this is likely the best horse in the field. If you're looking on the paper, the Beyer speed figures jump off the page. However, this is a late 1-run closer, and we've got a field of 6 going around 2 turns. you look up and down this page, who wants to go to the lead? Who wants to be on the front? There's not very many horses in here that are going to assure a hot early pace. Maybe the inside runner holds that rail. Secret's Image, a horse who at 6 years old would need to channel back to those races at 3 and 4, is going to show speed. You've also got Fernando de la Cruz and Star Promise, who's taken a little bit of money. Your clear second choice at this point at 5-2 is going to go to the lead. So the 4, don't mince my words, is the horse to beat, but is pace dependent. If you bet on this horse, you better hope that there's a little bit of something to run into up front, because they're going to start running midway around the turn. Whether they get there at the wire is yet to be determined. We'll see how it shakes out, but at least early on, about 20 minutes away from kicking off this opening day here on Thursday at opening race at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the betting board very spread out. Looks like most people are trying to figure out between 2, 4, 5, and 6, and that's exactly where I was as well. We'll go 4 deep in a 6-horse field. Very unfortunate, but it's just a race that I want to get through before we move along to race number 2. In here, this is a race that you could certainly go a lot deeper. I'm 1 and 6. I think those are the 2 best horses that have faced maybe the best in here, but they don't love to win. Theoretically, 1 for 7 coming in off of a couple of very nice performances over at Churchill Downs. They didn't get the money, but they ran well enough. The 30,000 non-winners of 2 over there showed speed on a 6.5 furlong testing, tiring, sloppy race surface at Churchill Downs. Gennaro Garcia has always had success bringing horses from other racetracks in which he claimed them over there, brings to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and returns right to the ATM pretty much to go deposit his winnings. Usually I'm taking money out of the ATM. He's putting money into it to go into his bank account when he claims elsewhere. Brings to Horseshoe Indianapolis Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Also trying to keep pace with Fernando de la Cruz, who those two have kind of separated themselves just a little bit from Alberto Burgos and some of the others in that rider standings. Jordan's Deal goes out for 5-1-4 Racing. They may have the ugliest silks. They're Packer colors. I'm sorry if you're a Packer fan, but green and yellow. As a Vikings guy, I'm just not a fan of their silks, but I am always cheering for them to win. I think they deserve a long look. They've got 2 stablemates in here in both the 5 and the 6. Tim Eggleston is bound to heat up. He's continuing to do very well as he has most seasons in the quarter horses, in the thoroughbreds. Been a little bit of a chilly start. Winning at only 7%, I think that could change in here with Jordan's Deal. They get their main man, Mitch Merle, aboard. 1 for 11, does have 7 second and third place finishes that they have to overcome. It looked like this season in the 2026 seasonal debut, they had figured things out. This is a horse who always did good enough to bring you back in, pull you back in, was beaten favorite numerous times last season. In fact, defeated at 1-5 as well. This year was the complete opposite. Broke sharp, never looked like a loser. 3-1 looked like a gift to start back in May 14th. June 18th, they didn't go as planned. They kind of showed speed. They ran well. They lost a photo finish, and it was that close between first and third. Unfortunately for the Connections, they did get third that day. I think Jordan's Deal, if they run back to that May 14th race, it could be the controlling speed in here. Uniquely, 5-1-4 Racing also has another speed runner in here, so that'll be kind of challenging to try to figure out in here who goes to the lead between Air Up There as well as Jordan's Deal. But I'm going to key in on the 1 and the 6. I think they face the best competition. But if you're looking to add or you're looking to spread, I'll likely go 1 and 6 in my pick 5. In a pick 4, I may take a look at the odds board and may try and pick a little bit of a long shot to kick off a pick 4, because this is a race that you could certainly go deeper. I couldn't justify going any deeper in a 5-horse field, though, after using 4 in the opener. Race 3 on a fast main track. Scratch numbers 2 and 4 out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 4 set to go to the post. This will be where the single does come. Patty Van Twinkle, Gennaro Garcia, Amir Mendoza. He may have lost that 5-pound weight break, but it's only because the dude continues to win. He's won at an elite rate here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's even shipped his talents over to Churchill Downs, picked up a couple of winner's circle photos over there as well. So if you're not familiar with Amir Mendoza, you might want to get accustomed to it, because I do expect that he's got some big-time mounts, not only today, but the rest of this season as well, especially this weekend. He's winning at 15%. He used to get a little bit of weight break as a bug. He's no longer a bug boy. He's carrying the full weight in here, and I think Patty Van Twinkle on the cutback did lose in an off-turf event, going probably a little bit further than they want to go. This is a horse who doesn't need the lead, but can certainly go to the lead, has faced significantly better than they will face today. Tried allowance, first start off of a lengthy layoff, then went to claiming 12-5, now in for 5. If it's not Patty Van Twinkle, it could be anyone in this race. But I do think on the class relief alone, Patty Van Twinkle is strictly the horse to beat. On the cutback, should be plenty fit. Will have to keep up, though. After exiting a mile in a 16th race, now into 5.5 furlongs, I think Patty Van Twinkle is a sole single in race 3. Race 4, $7,500, non-winners of 2, no scratches or changes. Ad literam is 4 to 5. First glance, it looks like your rail runner, strictly the horse to beat. However, I got a little bit cautious the more I dove into it. When I went first glance, you know how you do a rough draft. I haven't typed a paper or read a book in a long time, as you can clearly tell. I thought ad literam was a cinch, at least on the numbers. Bet down to 1 to 5 off of long layoff. Came in, crushed in the opening race this season, and then went off at 70 cents on the dollar and ran second. Great race. Jane Plain is a horse who had been at that level for some time, just kind of got ran off the feet. The only question I started to develop in my brain, and I'm probably overthinking it, as Rachel always mentions she does during stakes races or handicaps and things like that, is ad literam hasn't ran since May 28th. There's no workouts. I haven't seen any published workouts since May 28th. Didn't run particularly well. Didn't run poorly by any means, but was beaten as the favorite to Jane Plain, who I don't think overly high of. And then also now you're going to go from 15,000 to 7,500. So now I'm starting to have some questions in my mind. We'll see if those questions are answered. I think it's funny to say Klopp on the drop. He does win. When he drops horses, they go right to the winner's circle. That could be the case with that literam. It's very possible. I'm overthinking, and this horse wins easily at 2 to 5. But if not, we're certainly going to be looking for a little bit of a price in here with a 3, 4, or 5. Our Lady Donna D goes out for Tony Granite. He's been picking up a couple of pictures when it's all said and done so far this week. A horse who has some good runs over at Tampa, needs to showcase that they can do it here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You've also got Love It or Leave It, Antonio Duran, Santos Sandra, and then Brooklyn Benny. Could be the speed of the speed for Gennaro Garcia and Amir Mendoza. But at 15 minutes to post, we better kick off that horseshoe hat trick. And our Itoba pick 4 on the turf. A great race. 7 horses will go to the gate. Scratch number 7. Coach Albert Lady is out of this event. This is an excellent betting opportunity in here. I'm going to go 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm taking a stand against Pretty Ribbon. This is a horse I expect to go off favored. Sherita Rovo, Fernando de la Cruz, they're going to take a ton of action. Ran a monster race on debut. Then didn't run very well at all against winners for the first time down at the fairgrounds. Maybe John could give me some insight in calling those races because it looked like this was the next big thing. Then came back, ran relatively poorly, laid off. And where's Marcelino Pedroza at? He rode this horse twice. Now he's not in this race. I've just got my questions on Pretty Ribbon and do not think that this horse is going to be anything but favored in this spot. And then Violetta, the Argentine-bred Paulo Lobo. He's fooled me once. I will not let him fool me again. When he enters in 2, one of them looks really good. The other one, you're like, I'm not sure. The other one has always had success. He wins at 24%. Violetta the Argentine bred, gets Evan Roman. Could be any sort. Didn't run very well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis earlier in May. Actually ran in the Breeders' Cup undercard last season. Now comes to Horseshoe Indy, taking the blinkers off. Hasn't hit the board in 2 years. I'm mostly playing against the favorites in the 5th race. Think a wide open betting race. 3, 4, 5, and 6. But at 14 minutes to post, I apologize for my lack of promptness because the wordsmith himself, the best in the business, in my opinion, John G. Dooley, has made his way up to the announcer's peak, where he will take you through today's scratches and changes. And then we kick off day 4 of 6 in a row on Indiana Derby Week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
No worries, Brian. Great to have you and your father with us here at the track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello from the broadcast booth now. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Sun through the clouds here in Shelby County. Temperatures through the 80s. A humid one on this Thursday of Indiana Derby Week. Main track fast, turf course firm. Turf rail set at 36 feet if you have your From Gate to Glory track programs near. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. First of the day, just covered by B, starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Low, 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here. Indiana Derby weekend day. No changes at the top of a 10-race card. No changes in the first. On to race 2 we go. Second race sprint. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. Scratch number 2, Swift B. No superfecta wagering to be featured. no superfecta, scratch the 2, Swift B. In the third, another sprint on the day, take out the 2, La Orgullosa, and scratch 4, Prayer's Beauty. With those scratches, wagering-wise, no show, no trifecta, nor no superfecta wagering. Win place, exacta, sprint starts another rolling double in pick 3. No show, no trifecta, nor no superfecta wagering. Scratch the 2 and 4. Race 4 of 10, no changes. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late fire 5, all 6 run. Turning to the 5th, and race 5, start to the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3, races 5, 7, 8. Here's scratch the 7, Coach Albert Lady. Number 7, Coach Albert Lady has been scratched. 5, Stormy Paradise, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Wave the apprentice allowance, makes the corrected weight there 122. Wave the bug, 122. Joe Ramos rides 5. Stormy Paradise on to the 6th. And here, from the maiden, scratch the 1, Lover's Trap. 4, Spite Night, and take out the 6, Cool Hunting. No superfecta wagering, no pentafecta. Scratch the 1, 4, and the 6. In the 7th race, Turf Mile, here scratch the blue 3, Mama's Wish. Scratch 3, Mama's Wish from the race card. Number 5, the King Stinger. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight there. Makes it 112. Race 8 is a Turf Mile. Here scratch the 2, Dapido Rosa. 9, Go Town. And scratch paint track only entered 11, End of Innocence. Scratch the 2, 9, and the number 11. Turf Mile at 5:47 p.m. Couple of quarter horse dashes. 9th race. Here scratch the 6, Cross the Line. Number 6, Cross the Line, has been scratched. That paves the way for number 11, Remember the Queen, to draw in for Tim Eggleston and will break from the vacated post 6. Number 11, Remember the Queen, runs and will break from post position number 6. These overweights, 2, Outlaw Woman plus 4, 3, Candy Spice, 3 over, 5, Sydney Jack plus 5 pounds, and the 10, Gold Hearted Policy, 2 extra pounds, makes the weight now 128. 10th race, quarter horse maiden dash over the 400 yards, 6:43 finale. Here no scratches. We'll note a jockey change for the 4, HH Chasing CJ to Diego Bocanegra. One of the quarter 4 jockeys. Among the quarter horse leaders, Diego Bocanegra rides for HH Chasing CJ. 1, Sizzling Heart, 2 pounds over. Number 2, Don't You See, plus 4 pounds. 5, 2, Catch a Legacy, 7 over. Number 6, Catch Her Legacy, 3 over. Number 8, Day Political Elmo, plus 5 pounds. 9, Ivory Jane, plus 2. Medication note, 5, To Catch a Legacy, is not running first time on Lasix medication. It's regular Lasix. That's designated by the letter L. Regular Lasix for 5, To Catch a Legacy. Not a first-time Lasix user here tonight. Sun through the clouds in Shelby. Temperatures in the 80s on a humid one. Thursday of Indiana Derby week. Main track fast, turf course firm. The $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Featured on the card, races 5, 7, and 8. The all turf pick 3. Course firm, around 36 feet. Horses in the walking ring for the first of 10. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses called postward. For the first race, it's the first of 10 here on the docket. Over the mile ending 16th, a field of 6. No changes here at the top of the card. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of our rolling doubles, pick 3s. First leg of the 50 cent early, pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here on the program. Main track fast, turf course rated firm. Out on the Caesars course here on Indiana Derby Week, turf rail at 36 feet. Fast and firm. Get your wagers in. The first of the day. Due off real soon. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Samuel Bermudez with Secret's Image. Joe Ramos, terminally handsome, joins Secret's Image. Javier Diego with Justice One More Time, taking his spot within the starting gate. Evan Roman ready to seize, green, white diamond belt. Now Alexander Crispin, Mr. Sledgehammer, one of the Diana Richardville 3. One More Star Promise, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 33 wins here this season. Fast and firm for today's 10-race card in the Hoosier State. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Star Promise swiftly away for Fernando de la Cruz. Secret's Image right there with the white cap. Mr. Sledgehammers come out running in third as they enter the first turn. Toward the inside, Justice One More Time in the black silks is close up as they make their way to the back of the track with Ready to Seize running second to last, and Terminally Handsome trails here in the Thursday opener. And the leader, Star Promise. Star Promise just leads Secret's Image with the rail. The opening quarter in 24.08 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. Star Promise sets up shop in front, leads Secret's Image by a length and a half, with Justice One More Time making progress on the outside for Javier Diego as they try to gain here on Star Promise, now in the shadow of the half-mile pole. In the meantime, with Alexander Crispin, Mr. Sledgehammer traveling evenly so far from fourth. And then Ready to Seize and Eternally Handsome remains last of the state-bred sextet. The half mile in 47.90. Star Promise nicely to 3 out. It's Star Promise a length and a half, with Justice One More Time trying to winch in as they round the far turn. Mr. Sledgehammer third in range after 2.5. Secret's Image 5 but has dropped back. Eternally Handsome is picking up now for Joe Ramos on the far outside. And Ready to Seize as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.28 seconds. Terminally Handsome with a full head of steam. Terminally Handsome has swept ahead with 1 furlong to go. From between horses, Justice One More Time. Star Promise led but capitulates, and Ready to Seize boxing on the outside, getting into second. But close to home with Joe Ramos. Terminally Handsome. Terminally Handsome won by 3 from Ready to Seize. Justice One More Time third, and Mr. Sledgehammer finished fourth. $145.36 at the top of the card. $145.36 unofficial. 4-5-2 and standby for the fourth. 4. Terminally Handsome. 3 to 5 first. Number 5, Ready to Seize at 6 to 1 on the runner-up. Number 2, Justice One More Time at 11 to 1 was third. Fourth photo. Here's the blue 3, Mr. Sledgehammer. Over the 6, Star Promise, who led them in the early stages. We trail back to Secret's Image, 145.36. So 4-5-2-3 in frame. Terminally Handsome rallies. Joe Ramos, Terminally Handsome, one of the Tiana Richardville 3, strikes first at 3 to 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, Number 4, Terminally Handsome with Joe Ramos. Terminally Handsome, 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Isotherm. Out of Serena's Hope by Strong Hope. There's Tiana Richardville. Trains for Indiana breeders and owners Chris and Alan Walsh. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of He's Terminally Handsome. First results in 4-5 exacta paid $14.80. 50-cent trifecta 452 $19.45. The blue 3, Mr. Sledgehammer was fourth. 10-cent superfecta 4523 netted $7.97. First to 10, favorite first, all 6 ran. Fast track 145.36 seconds, 20 minutes away from race 2. In the Phillies Mare Sprint, scratch 2, Swift B. There'll be no superfecta wagering. No superfecta, scratch 2, Swift B. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3. Start next to the $1 early pick 4, Fast and Firm. Post time will be at 2:40 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today on Indiana Derby Weekend Day early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the State Bred opener. Hope you had a bet on Terminally Handsome. Guard of the Hoosier State, they're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Star Promise swiftly away for Fernando de la Cruz. Secret's Image right there with the white cap. Mr. Sledgehammers come out running in third as they enter the first turn. Toward the inside, Justice one more time in the black silks is close up as they make their way to the back of the track with Ready to Seize running second to last, and Terminally Handsome trails here in the Thursday opener. And the leader, Star Promise. Star Promise just leads Secret's Image with the rail. The opening quarter at 24.08 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. Star Promise sets up shop in front, leads Secret's Image by a length and a half. With Justice one more time, making progress on the outside for Javier Diego as they try to gain here on Star Promise now in the shadow of the half-mile pole. In the meantime, with Alexander Crispin, Mr. Sledgehammer traveling evenly so far from fourth. And then Ready to Seize and Terminally Handsome remains last of the State Bred Sextet. The half mile in 47.90. Star Promise nicely to 3 out. It's Star Promise a length and a half with Justice one more time trying to winch in as they round the far turn. Mr. Sledgehammer third in range after 2.5. Secret's Image 5 but has dropped back. Terminally Handsome is picking up now for Joe Ramos on the far outside. And Ready to Seize as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.28 seconds. Terminally Handsome with a full head of steam. Terminally Handsome has swept ahead with 1 furlong to go. From between horses, Justice one more time. Star Promise led, but capitulates, and Ready to Seize boxing on the outside, getting into second. But close to home with Joe Ramos. Terminally Handsome. Terminally Handsome, 1 by 3 from Ready to Seize. Justice one more time third, and Mr. Sledgehammer
The late money, the smart money, Terminally Handsome gives Tiana Richardville yet another win. She's well over 20% now. Joe Ramos guides home your favorite to kick off the first pick 5 of many over the next couple of days on Indiana Derby week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But if you're either alive in the pick 5, disappointed by the favorite, maybe you singled the favorite, have no worries. We kick off a pick 4 in here. We've also got exactas, trifectas, and some superfectas as well, or probably no superfecta in here with the scratch of number 2, Swift B. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. Let's take a look at this field. Right now, a very even betting board. You've got 3 horses between 8-5 and 5-2 right now. I'm going to go to your outside runner, the third choice, at least at this point in the early stages of wagering, Jordan's Deal. 514 Racing sending out a couple of stable mates in here. They have both the 6 as well as the 5 in Air Up There. Jordan's Deal is likely going to go to the lead in here, while Air Up There prefers to sit off. Tim Eggleston trains them both, but Jordan's Deal, 514 Racing, had a lot of trouble last season as a 3-year-old. Consistently was bet, always kind of ran into a troubled trip, was beaten by Theoretically back on August 16th last season when they went off at 2-5, but since then, as a 4-year-old, this filly has really figured things out. Now, she always had the talent physically, mentally, maybe it wasn't always there. She had numerous races in which she looked like she should have won last season and just failed to do so. This season, her 4-year-old campaign got off to an excellent start. May 14th, broke sharp, and she did that many times last season in which she broke sharp, had the lead, and she looked like she was gone last year. This year was completely different. She continued to find, she continued to go, just really never stopped and kind of ran that maiden special weight group off their feet. Now, they did take on deeper waters next time out. Going from maiden special weight to winners is always a tall task. Some would say it's the biggest jump in the game from maidens into winners, regardless of whether you're going from the allowance to the claiming ranks. They went the claiming 15,000 route in there, showed speed, looked like they were going to win again, bet down to 2-1 and just kind of got nailed by Red Iola and Swift B. Now, Swift B, who beat this horse last time, was set to run in this race in post position number 2, is scratched out of this event. So if you believe that race was live, as I do, I think Jordan's Deal, somewhat of a new filly. She certainly figured things out. She always showed talent physically. You can see on the screen she's beautiful. She's certainly turned out nicely down here in the walking ring. Maybe a little bit warm in between the legs there with some kidney sweat and whatnot. It is a warm day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, so something you might want to take a look at as Mitch Murrow gets the leg up. But Jordan's Deal, in my opinion, the horse to catch and the horse to beat, and they are favorably drawn to the outside with the outside post in here. 5-2. Surprised right now that this horse is not going off lower, at least at this point. Projected on those DRF projections right around 9-5 where that morning line is. A lot of the early money has come in on Theoretically 6-1. This horse was unlikely to ever be 6-1, especially with the scratch of Swift B, currently on the board at 5-2, projected somewhere right around that 3-1 range. So the morning line cut in half. You did take out some of the points with the 2 coming out in here. Theoretically actually beat the top selection last year and did so at 7-1 with Fernando de la Cruz. It was the second start of Theoretically's career. Since then, a lot has changed. In fact, they went to the allowance ranks. They tried 2 turns. They were previously trained by Michael Tomlinson. Now they go to the Gennaro Garcia barn, and Gennaro having himself an awesome meet. He is battling ding-dong with Randy Klopp atop those trainers' standings, and this is what Gennaro does. He claims horses elsewhere, brings them to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and routinely picks up his paycheck and moves along. Could it be the case again with Theoretically? Picked up for $16,000 on May 10th over at Churchill against stiffer competition. They were claimed for $16,000, ran for $30,000, double the claiming price on a sloppy, very tiring and deep surface over at Churchill Downs on June 26th. Showed speed, didn't show much finish. Now, it is a little bit of a quick return from June 26th to July 9th. However, you're getting class relief, a little bit of a cutback as well, and 1 less furlong, 6.5 versus 5.5 today. Class relief, Gennaro Garcia, he wins races, and Marcelino Pedroza Jr., you want to talk about Gennaro trying to go tit for tat with Randy Klopp. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. trying to keep pace with Fernando de la Cruz as well atop those riders' standings. So very interesting as we approach the midway point of the summer, monitoring those standings between the trainers and the riders, and it all could come down to one race, and maybe that race July 9th could be the difference after a 123-day race meet. But theoretically, has speed, therefore a big chance, is going to have to show some of that speed breaking from the rail. I don't think there's a horse who wants to come from significantly out of it. Even though it's a small field, it can certainly be a rider's race, theoretically, in with a big chance. But horse who took a lot of the early action is Air Up There for 514 Racing. They're both going to be donning those green silks. Yolola calling the shots in here, a 4-year-old filly who was the beaten favorite last time out. Didn't really get away as alertly as they would have liked. They kind of missed the break a little bit, and then they quickly rushed up to open up by 6 to 9 lengths with Air Up There at 2-1. Even though it says this horse was quickly away and was a mile clear, that is true. However, they bobbled at the break, then rushed up. You can draw a line completely through it. I think Air Up There, if they settle nicely, they cut back today, they're in with a big shot in here. But right now, the bettors really focused on the 1, 5, and 6. A field of 5 kicks off today's early pick. 4, 15%, minimum $1 base amount here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And as always, you can't win it if you're not in it, so start capping.
The horses called Postford for the second race. The Phillies mare sprinted 5.5 furlongs, a field of 5. Number 2, Swift B, has been scratched. Scratch the 2, Swift B. There's no superfecta wagering. Exacta trifecta. Phillies mare's sprint starts. Another rolling double, pick 3 on the $1 early, pick 4. Once again, if you're just joining, Main Track Fast and the turf course. Today on Thursday of Indiana Derby week, rated firm. Turf rail stays set at 36 feet. Fast and firm. 2 minutes. 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start here, the $1 early pick four. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Here's theoretically Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with 31 wins here this season. We're just about at the halfway point of the 123 racing day season here. Hadley, Color Me Fast has joined theoretically. Jose Gutierrez with Little Ransom's Fire coming up. Yellow Red Diamonds and the Red Cap. Just a couple to back. Andrés Zaloa with Air Up There. Jordan's Deal right now, the 8-5 favorite. 8-5 Jordan's Deal, it's 5-2 theoretically. 3-1 Little Ransom's Fire and Air Up There. And 8-1 Color Me Fast. One more, Mitchell Morrow with Jordan's Deal. Like Air Up There, both for Tim Eggleston and 514 Racing. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're in the game. And they're off. Air Up There was slow to go. Little Ransom's Fire out to a sharp start. Quickly engaged by Color Me Fast, who's the fleetest of the field for Hanalei. Color Me Fast to the front. Pursued by Little Ransom's Fire and the Red Cap, and on the outside is Jordan's Deal. Theoretically tight with the rail and slow starting. Air Up There trying to make up for lost time. It's a close-knit field at the 3.5, just being led at the inside by Color Me Fast. Color Me Fast and Little Ransom's Fire right with her as they blaze around the far turn. The quarter 22.21 seconds. Jordan's Deal in the blue blinkers in the 3-path with in-between horses Air Up There and toward the inside theoretically. As these fillies mares come past the quarter pole, Color Me Fast and Little Ransom's Fire has taken the lead into the stretch for Jose Gutierrez. Little Ransom's Fire just leads Color Me Fast, who tries to respond to pressure. 1 furlong to go. Little Ransom's Fire just has the advantage over Color Me Fast. Theoretically is third, and on the outside, Jordan's Deal back in fourth. They're close to home. It's Little Ransom's Fire. Little Ransom's Fire won by 3.5 from Theoretically. Third close between Color Me Fast and Jordan's Deal. One minute 5.03 seconds after the fillies mare sprint. 105.03 for Little Ransom's Fire at 9-5 first. 1 theoretically, 7-2 second. The judges have called for a show photo. Little Ransom's Fire, Jose Gutierrez for Scotty Mullins over theoretically. Color Me Fast, Jordan's Deal, Air Up There, 5 of them ran. 4-1-3-6. 3 Color Me Fast was third, and 6 Jordan's Deal fourth. Little Ransom's Fire, late money swooped in. 9-5 Little Ransom's Fire, the favorite obliges. Rain Salto official in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 4, Little Ransom's Fire with Jose Gutierrez. Little Ransom's Fire, 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Ransom the Moon. Out of the Philanthropist mare, Thalia's Fire, owned and trained by Scotty Mullins. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Little Ransom's Fire. Takes out the Phillies mare Sprint with the money on. For one exacta, return $23.60. 50-cent trifecta, 413 and even $22. Pair of yellow 4s for the double, $13.60. There was no superfecta featured. 2 was a non-runner in race 2. Favorite first, 5 of them ran. 1 minute 5.03 after the running of race 2. 24 minutes away from the next sprint from the third of 10 on the day. Scratch 2 La Orgullosa and 4 Prayers Beauty. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering to be featured. Scratch the 2 and 4. Win place, exacta, double, and the sprint starts another 50-cent pick 3 off. Post time will be at 3:12. And they're off. Air up there was slow to go. Little Ransom's Fire out to a sharp start. Quickly engaged by Color Me Fast, who's the fleetest of the field for Hanalehi. Color Me Fast to the front. Pursued by Little Ransom's Fire in the red cap, and on the outside is Jordan Steele, theoretically tight with the rail and slow starting. Air up there trying to make up for lost time. It's a close-knit field at the 3.5, just being led at the inside by Color Me Fast. Color Me Fast and Little Ransom's Fire right with her as they blaze around the far turn, the quarter 22.21 seconds. Jordan Steele in the blue blinkers in the 3-path with in between horses, Air up there and toward the inside theoretically as these fillies mares come past the quarter pole. Color Me Fast and Little Ransom's Fire has taken the lead into the stretch for Jose Gutierrez. Little Ransom's Fire just leans Color Me Fast, who tries to respond to pressure. 1 furlong to go. Little Ransom's Fire just has the advantage over Color Me Fast. Theoretically is third. And on the outside, Jordan Steele back in 4th. They're close to home. It's Little Ransom's Fire. Little Ransom's Fire won by 3.5 from Theoretically. Third close between Color Me Fast and...
It's Indiana Derby Day, Saturday, July 11th at noon, only at Horseshoe Indianapolis. More than $1 million in purses for Indiana's richest race. Register to win the $3,000 Derby Megabet, play in the $2,500 Derby Legends contest, and grab your best hat for the $1,000 Derby Hat contest. Make your clubhouse reservation now. Play legendary at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Must be 18 or older to wager on horse racing at racetracks and 21 or older to gamble at casinos. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-994-8448.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
I'm glad I look straight because this camera looks crooked, but I look straight on the camera. All right, you guys, it is time to talk about the third race. I know there's only a few horses in here. I'm still going to talk about them, and then because there's 4, I refuse to only talk about 3. So we'll go in my order, Aaron, but let's just talk about all of them because I've really big superstition that if you leave one out of a group, that's the one that will win. So let's start with Patty Van Winkle at 1-9. So let's start with Amir Mendoza. Sorry, guys. Let's start with Amir. First of all, he's had a double yesterday. He had a double last week. I can't even remember the last time he didn't finish competitively in a race. He's riding really, really well right now. So that's going for us. Then we've got Gennaro, who co-owns this one with Brandon Valentini. Now, I always take note when Gennaro owns or co-owns one of his horses. It's always something to take note of. This horse has been in condition 12.5 claimers. He's dropping down to the lowest, a nickel. He has the highest last race speed rating. Gennaro's high percentage and everything, but specific to this race, when he's down 2+ classes, he's 21%. When he is the beaten favorite, which was last time he was third as the beaten favorite, he's 27%. That third was versus Tougher. These two have been hot together. And then look at the July 3rd Bullet Work, 46-1 breezing. I think he would be the heavy favorite, even if there were, or she would be the heavy favorite, I'm sorry. Even if there were more horses in here. She stands out, I think. And then we're going to go to the 5, Castle Magic. Castle Magic gets Mr. Joe Ramos. Do you guys like my Indiana Derby swag? Check it. You can get some Saturday. Daniel Simpson, Mr. Daniel Simpson trains this mare. She ran in for a nickel with Mitchell aboard the last couple times, and now she's got Ramos up. Amy and John Napareu are the owners. They couldn't have picked a better person. Worked with Danny since I was 21, I think, at Hoosier. Very, very knowledgeable horseman. Does really, really well with them, and the 5 here is a key start, which is third off the layoff, and really has put up some nice numbers at 5.5. And then I'm going to go to the 6, which is Wins Forever. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard here for Mr. Joe Davis. Wins Forever is coming out of allowance ranks and is 7-1 right now. Now, this horse back in claiming for 8 last September ran really well and was second. That was a runaway winner in that race, and he ended up being the best of the rest situation by 12 lengths. Sarah's equestrian off on that one. But really, it's hard to really gauge this horse because you go through some of these and you're looking at it claiming for 10 that he finished 6th, or she finished 6th, and then you go to an allowance on 2 and she's 3rd. Back down to 8. Claiming for 8, she's 2nd. And then an allowance on debut in 2026. Debuts in that race, I just said, kind of a best of the rest situation. So she's iffy to me. And then 3, 5, and 6 in here. The 1, Keen Eyesight, I just have to mention as they're heading out to the track. Romero's aboard for my man Ray Paquette. Definitely another one that's a little bit of a question mark. I think is going to like the class relief again. 3, 5, 6 for me here in the third race. Good luck.
Stepping onto the track for the third race. This race will be run at 5.5 furlongs, a field of four. Four of them in the Distaff Dash. Scratch 2, La Orgolosa, and 4, Prayers Beauty. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering featured here. Scratch the 2 and 4, win place, exacta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for this Distaff Dash. Scratch the 2 and the 4 from the race card. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. With Joseph Romero, Keen Ice Sight. First of the four in. Amir Mendoza, Patty Van Twinkle loads at 1-2, the favorite. Patty Van Twinkle joined Keen Eyesight. Now Castle Magic, Joe Ramos won the opener. Terminally Handsome and Little Ransom's Fire, our first two winners on this Thursday of Indiana Derby week. And one more, Fernando de la Cruz with Wins Forever. All in. And they're off. Patty Van Twinkle, Wins Forever, Castle Magic, and Keen Eyesight has dropped back to last with Amir Mendoza. The class-dropping strides of Patty Van Twinkle to the early lead. Joe Ramos has Castle Magic right there with her. As they go past the half-mile pole, a half length apart, Fernando de la Cruz, Wins Forever, is 3 lengths off this leader, Patty Van Twinkle, just over 3 furlongs to go. And with Joseph Romero, Keen Eyesight still trails the quartet. The quarter for Patty Van Twinkle, leading at 1-5, 22.33 seconds. Patty Van Twinkle, Castle Magic, Wins Forever, and Keen Eyesight, the four of them. Now on the edge of the quarter pole with Amir Mendoza. Patty Van Twinkle spins them in. Castle Magic trying to sustain a run. Keen Eyesight up the rail, and Wins Forever is last. 1 furlong to go with Amir. It's Patty Van Twinkle, and she's widened. She's widened to a 5-length lead past the 16th, and Patty Van Twinkle with an unassailable lead. From Keen Eyesight and Castle Magic, then Wins Forever, Patty Van Twinkle won by 6. Keen Eyesight was second. .104.22 after the mare's sprint. 104.22. Unofficial. 3-1-5-6, and that's the full order. The blue 3. Patty Van Twinkle at 1-5 home. Amir Mendoza for Gennaro Garcia. 1 Keen Eyesight for the Exacta. 5 and 6. There was no show, no trifecta, nor no superfecta wagering here on the Distaff Dash. It's gone to Patty Van Twinkle at 1-5 over Keen Eyesight, Castle Magic, and Wins Forever. Third race official, Amir Mendoza, leading apprentice here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis, his 17th of the meet. At season's end, we do award the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award to the top apprentice jockey here each and every season. Right now, as we go to halfway of the 123-day meet, Amir Mendoza leads the Bugs. This is 17th on 3 Patty Van Twinkle, 6-year-old Chestnut mare by Not Bourbon. The Yes is True mare, Yes, She's a Lady. For Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, and Brandon Valentini's Triple V Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Patty Van Twinkle. Down in class at 1-5, wins by some ways and 104.22. 50-cent pick 3, $4.10. Keen Eyesight for the Exacta. 3-1, $6.20. 4-3 double, and even $9. And the mare sprint, the 2 and 4, again with the non-starters. Favorite first. 4 of them ran 104.22. 24 minutes away from the 4th of 10 on the day. No changes in the next sprint. All 6 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, and it starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Post time 3:44. Just as a reminder, to all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis faithful fans on Indiana Derby Week. Friday racing card will start at noon. Tomorrow will be on the eve of the 2026 Indiana Derby. Post time tomorrow at 12 o'clock Eastern. Hope you can join us here. Do you have your reservations already? Hopefully so. Expecting a packed house here. Saturday's 13 race. Betting bonanza, including the running of the Grade 3 Indiana Derby and the Indiana Oaks. Hope you can join us here on Saturday. It's Indiana's biggest day of thoroughbred racing. Indiana Derby Day 2026, Saturday off at noon. All in. And they're off. Patty Van Twinkle, Wins Forever, Castle Magic, and Keen Eyesight has dropped back to last with Amir Mendoza. The class-dropping strides of Patty Van Twinkle to the early lead. Joe Ramos has Castle Magic right there with her. As they go past the half-mile pole, a half-length apart, Fernando Letta Cruz, Wins Forever, is 3 lengths off this leader, Patty Van Twinkle, just over 3 furlongs to go. And with Joseph Romero, Keen Eyesight still trails the quartet. The quarter for Patty Van Twinkle, leading at 1 to 5, 22.33 seconds. Patty Van Twinkle, Castle Magic, Wins Forever, and Keen Eyesight, the 4 of them. Now on the edge of the quarter pole with Amir Mendoza. Patty Van Twinkle spins them in. Castle Magic trying to sustain a run. Keen Eyesight up the rail, and Wins Forever is last. 1 furlong to go with Amir. It's Patty Van Twinkle, and she's widened. She's widened to a 5-length lead past the 16th, and Patty Van Twinkle with an unassailable lead. From Keen Eyesight and Castle Magic, then Wins Forever, Patty Van Twinkle won by 6. Keen Eyesight was second. All in.
Is our money man. This is Brett Calhoun, another guy who trains a bunch of horses up here. The Axeman, Axel Concepcion, gets them out here. What do we like about our money?
Very interesting horse in this spot, I think. Do think if we do get a bit of a hot pace, a horse like our money man might just sit that, perfect trip, couple lengths off, and might be able to make that one, that one run. And hey, his dad, Mr. Money, he loved winning these types of races, these derbies. I mean, they just sent him everywhere, and he was picking up checks left and right there.
The Woods is the the Phil D'Amato trainee here in the field. Luis Saez picks up the mount here. What do we need to know about Out of the Woods? What do we got for breeding here? A little Constitution. Why not? This is a royally bred race, by the way.
Yeah, this was the other horse I kind of had speed written down for, right? And gets Luis Saez aboard, and once again, another aggressive rider, guy who's very good getting these horses out of the gate. And honestly, finished a real solid second last time out in the Delaware Derby over at Delaware Park. Horse that we know can get the distance, horse that we know has run against the type of horses that are in here, right? I think is relatively class tested here. So I do think that he's in here with a big shot.
We're seeing that Desert Gate is also entered in Iowa. Many of the headlines we're seeing are that horse is going to head to Iowa, but we also see Mizumi on the schedule here. So I wonder if Bob Baffert is deciding between the two. And frankly, if you see that Brad Cox is not sending Commandment, he's not sending A Further Ado, Full Effort, etc. He's sending this horse in leading change for his second start ever. Maybe this looks a little better to Desert Gate. And frankly, there's a grade 3 next to this one. There isn't one next to the Iowa Derby. So maybe for the ownership, it's an interesting one as well. This one, though, real questions about 8.5, 9 furlongs, whatever it might be, whether it's here or in Iowa.
Yeah, this was a horse that definitely early in the year I really liked. I thought, he looked really, really interesting, especially after winning that Hot Springs. And then, they decided to go instead to Texas, win that Texas Derby. And then in the Ohio Derby just was kind of a bit of a no-show. So probably not for me in this spot if he does show up. And, maybe it helps the price of other horses if you're against a horse like this.
No,
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. A little bit of a chalky start to our early pick 3, but I don't think that trend is going to continue as we inch ever so closely to some turf racing here. We've got another fast main track event coming up in the upcoming 4th race, which does kick off today's late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. Happy to say the lowest in the entire country offered for those pick 5s. And what that means is less money taken out of the pool, more money returned to the bettors. If there's $100 wagered, the track takes less than $12 out of that $100. The rest goes to the pool and is spread back to the players, something we all should rejoice about, lowering the takeout cross horse racing, and thankful that here at Horseshoe Indianapolis we do offer some of the lowest takeout opportunities for bettors alike. But let's take a look at this upcoming dirt event in here. A little bit surprised at the wagering, early on wagering, and I don't think it's going to change a whole lot as they approach the gate. I thought Ad Literam, as the morning line would suggest, is going to go off favor, but it doesn't look like that may be the case. A lot of the money has come in on the 3 at 7-5. Our Lady Donna D for Tony Granite, Sammy Bermudez, and I agree with the early wagering. This 3-year-old Chestnut filly by 1,000 words hasn't been seen for some time. In fact, when she was last seen, she was at the maiden special weight level. She was in a rained off 2-turn event that was meant to go on the turf. She did get the job done that day. I think she was just one of the horses that just wanted ultimately 2 turns. Today, going to go a little bit shorter, 6 furlongs, has been freshened up. Maiden special weight winner last time, now in for 7,500. Typically, I wouldn't like that, but I do think that this horse has numbers that certainly fit and suggest that she can handle sprinting, doesn't always need 2 turns. Her numbers at Tampa, even though they're at the maiden claiming ranks, were very good and consistent. And Tony Granitz has been hot. He's winning at 17%. He's had a couple of winners earlier this week as well. In fact, he's won his last 2 starters with Chanticleer and Fervent Prayer, and before that, Amazingness. So he's won 3 out of his last 4, 5 out of his last 6. He's continued to be red hot here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, he's racked up 6 victories dating back to June 25th. So things are going well for Tony Granitz. Our Lady Donna D has been freshened up, and even though she takes on winners for the first time, she comes in a reasonable spot with some class relief. But how about Love It or Leave It? Have to love that name for Tony Duran's 3-year-old filly and Rancho Monarca LLC. Santo Sanj are going to be calling the shots, as he was on May 28th. A horse who has shown the ability to be tactical in nature, could potentially be on the lead in what looks to be somewhat of a paceless event. Got the maiden breaking score at the $7,500 level, has had trouble at the starting gate. In fact, at 2 years old, this horse had a tough time figuring out the starting gate, hopped at the break, significantly missed it, and then when they did win, they had a better break, they took over, they opened up, and they looked good. Unfortunately, while they hoped that this 3-year-old filly had figured out the starting gate, when she came back May 28th, 15 days after being victorious with a good break, she again was away awkwardly, and it certainly affected her in the results against winners for the first time. Sancho Sanjo should be aboard. He knows her tendencies. We'll see if she can break with the rest of this field, and if she does, she's certainly with a big chance at 6-1. The 5 is Brooklyn Benny, Gennaro Garcia, and Amir Mendoza. And as much as I encourage my dad not to use Gemini, he does continue to lean on AI, and he asked Gemini who some of the singles were, and Gemini believes Brooklyn Benny is a possible single. And right now, the betting public doesn't necessarily disagree with AI. 8-1 morning line, currently 3-1 on the board. Gennaro Garcia, Amir Mendoza, a name you should become familiar with. This gray looks to be the speed of the speed, but does have to take on winners for the first time. And as you saw with the top 2 selections, there's a big difference between maiden special weight or maiden claiming and winners. It's a big jump up in class. But they were bet down to favoritism on June 23rd. Broke sharp, never looked like a loser. And when they were asked for run at the top of the lane, they certainly kicked away. Pernicious, who is a 5-year-old maiden, is now a maiden no more, as the rider's getting the leg up. 5 minutes to post. My timeliness here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is certainly off. We are getting an F for timeliness, but the pick 5 is on your screen. $72 play. Happened to single in race number 6, but we've got some awesome opportunities here, not only in that late fire 5, but some vertical wagers that you certainly don't want to miss. We kick off the Horseshoe hat trick, and we've got turf racing. 60% of this late fire 5 is going to be on the turf with some very big fields on a fast and firm day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 4 minutes away. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Here there are no program changes. All 6 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The distaff dash starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast and firm. Turf rail on this Thursday of Indiana Derby week, set at 36 feet out there on the Caesars course. 3 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5 on the card. Less than 1 minute. There's Ad Litteram. Was first to arrive down at the 6 furlong start. With post time less than 1 minute away. And Litteram was the first to arrive. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Near to join Ad Litteram. At the gate, it is now post time. Leading up, and Litteram, 6-5 favorite. Micah Meeks looking on. They've loaded Ad Litteram first. Santo Sanjor with Love It or Leave It. Rodney Prescott, here's Be on the Loose. The mare in the midst of the fillies. Brooklyn Benny. Amir Mendoza riding for a double. Patty Van Twinkle, a 1-5 winner for Gennaro Garcia. 2 back. Simmer Bermudez with Our Lady Donna D. The Blue 3. One more, Irving Moncada with Guyana's Eclipse, like Ad Litteram, both for Randy Klopp. And that was Ad Litteram rearing up in the starting gate. Ad Litteram was 8-5, and she's acted up in the starting gate, has Ad Litteram. Micah out of harm's way. Now they're backing the horses out to the starting gate. The starter here, Oscar Quiros and crew. Trying to get Ad Litteram away from that starting gate. So stand by for a late scratch. There's a call coming in from the stewards here. Late scratch on number 1, Ad Litteram. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 6 furlong start, number 1, Ad Litteram, now scratched here from the sprint. Noting there will be a 3-1 consolation double. Confirming that late scratch on 1 and Literam. After flipping in the starting gate. 3-1 is that consolation double. Those using 1 and Literam in a multi-race wager, those transfer to the post-time favorite scratch number 1 and Literam. So they have Ad Literam out to the starting gate. She's a late scratch. Ad Literam, the number 1. Reloading with Rodney Prescott, the mare Be On The Loose, back in first. Here now, 5 of them run. Late scratch on 1 and Literam. Reloading. Reloading where it's now 3-2 on Be On The Loose. Now these fillies, Sammy Bermudez with Our Lady Donna D, joins the mare. Three and 1 is that consolation double. 3-1 for consolation double. Santos Sanjor, Love It or Leave It, retakes her position within the starting gate. Amir Mendoza on the Thursday score sheet. Brooklyn Benny was the last out winner. One more, Irving Moncada with Guyana's Eclipse. And Literam, the 1, the late scratch. She flipped in the starting gate. The 1's a non-runner, all in line. And they're off. Guyana's Eclipse toward the inside. Here's the mare, Be On The Loose. Love It or Leave It in the purple cap with the gray Brooklyn Benny. And Our Lady D is now last of the 5 as in a late scratch on Ad Literam. The 1's a non-runner. These 2 out in front. So Guyana's Eclipse done another peg in class. And she's in a heated battle here with Be On The Loose. They're right together past the half mile. 2 clear from Love It or Leave It, joined toward the inside by Our Lady Donna D in the green cap. Brooklyn Benny trails 5 lengths from top to tail as they round the far turn of the quarter. 22.74 seconds with Irving Moncada. Guyana's Eclipse just has an advantage over Be On The Loose with the rail for Rodney Prescott. In the meantime, with Santos Sanjor, Love It or Leave It looking to close into this pace, and Love It or Leave It is picking up past the quarter pole. Sammy Bermudez and Our Lady Donna D spying a gap and pulled wide by Amir Mendoza for her bid. Brooklyn Benny tries to circle them all as they come for home. Top of the stretch, half mile. 46.63 seconds. It is Be On The Loose. 1 furlong to go. She's kicked clear from Guyana's Eclipse. Our Lady Donna D slightly shifting off her line. That gives the advantage to Be On The Loose, who's near home with Rodney. Be On The Loose is safe at home by a half length to Our Lady Donna D. Then Love It or Leave It from Guyana's Eclipse, and Brooklyn Benny was last of the quintet. .112.30 after the distaff dash. 112.30, 2-3, and then a show photo 2. Be On The Loose at 3-2. Takes out the distaff dash over the 3. Our Lady Donna D, 5-2 second. 4. Love It or Leave It at 8-1 third. And 6, Guyana's Eclipse, 4-1 fourth. There was that late scratch on 1 Ad Literam, 3-1 consolation double. It's 2-3-4-6. 112.30, Rodney Prescott on the Harbor the Gold Mare for Jonathan Nance, Shelley Nance. Be On The Loose at 3-2. The 4th winning favorite of the day. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, race 4 official is the 2, Be on the Loose, with Rodney Prescott. Be on the Loose is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Harbor the Gold out of Sasha B by Is It True. Jonathan Nance trains her Shelly Nance. Be on the Loose, notching her second career success, takes out the Distaff Dash at 3-2. Official. Pick 3 paid $4.05. Favorite sweeping the first 4 of the day. 50-cent trifecta, 2, 3, 4, $11.25. 3, 2 double, $7.60. 3, 1 constellation double coming back, $2.20. Guyana's Eclipse was 4th of the 5. The 10-cent superfecta, 2, 3, 4, 6 paid $3.69. 1 was a late scratch and Litaram. 5 ran, favored first. 112.30 after the running of race 4. Race 5, 22 minutes away, the first of 3 on the turf course here on this Thursday of Indiana Derby week. Friday and Saturday, the big card from noon. And the turf, scratch the 7, Coach Albert Lady. Number 7, Coach Albert Lady has been scratched. Jockey change in the 5th race turf for number 5, Stormy Paradise, make it Joe Ramos. Won the first of the day. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122. Waive the bug. Joe Ramos rides 5, Stormy Paradise. Weight 122 corrected. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. This is the first leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. And one of the 5 legs of the 50-cent cross country pick 5 was Saratoga. Course here firm, rail of 36 feet. Post time will now be at 4:18. One's a non-runner, all in line. And they're off. Guyana's Eclipse toward the inside. Here's the mare, Be on the Loose. Love It or Leave It in the purple cap with the gray Brooklyn Benny. And Our Lady D is now last of the 5 as in a late scratch on Am Litaram. The one's a non-runner. These 2 out in front. So Guyana's Eclipse done another peg in class. And she's in a heated battle here with Be on the Loose. They're right together past the half mile. 2 clear from Love It or Leave It, joined toward the inside by Our Lady Donna D in the green cap. Brooklyn Benny trails 5 lengths from top to tail as they round the far turn of the quarter. 22.74 seconds with Irving Moncada. Guyana's Eclipse just has an advantage over Be on the Loose with the rail for Rodney Prescott. In the meantime, with Sando Sanjor, Love It or Leave It looking to close into this pace, and Love It or Leave It is picking up past the quarter pole. Sarah Bermudez and Our Lady Donna D spying a gap and pulled wide by Amir Mendoza for her bid. Brooklyn Benny tries to circle them all as they come for home. Top of the stretch, half mile. 46.63 seconds. It is Be on the Loose. 1 furlong to go. She's kicked clear from Guyana's Eclipse. Our Lady Donna D slightly shifting off her line. That gives the advantage to Be on the Loose, who's near home with Rodney. Be on the Loose is safe at home by a half length to Our Lady Donna D. Then Love It or Leave It from Hello, everyone, again from the broadcast booth on this Thursday of Indiana Derby Week. Great to have you with us here at the races. The first of our 3 on the turf course coming up in just 15 minutes' time. From the broadcast booth, track announcer John G. Dooley, and it's time for a special Indiana Derby Week edition of Dooley's Data with the 32nd running of the Indiana Derby, rich in history here in the Hoosier State. And this year's field offers some local connections. Taking a look at those here on today's edition of Dooley's Data. How about Mr. T? Trained and owned by blacksmith Justin Bailey, the local representative in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby field here on Saturday. Mr. T was the state's top 2-year-old colt last year after winning 3 of his 4 starts here in 2025, including a couple of premier race wins. Mr. T for Justin Bailey running in this Saturday's Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Now, leading change, a lot of talk about the son of Gunrunner. He looks to follow in his big sister's footsteps for luck here in the Hoosier State. Leading change is the younger half-brother, too. She Dares the Devil, winner of over $2 million in her Grade 1 career. She took out the 2020 Indiana Oaks and Kentucky Oaks that year. Did She Dares the Devil? Leading change, looking to follow in her footsteps here in Indiana on Saturday. And Ann Harrison is part owner of Lighter, with her daughter Renata Hendrickson, hailing from Bloomington, Indiana. That's where their farm is. Both Ann and Renata are IU grads, and they attend the Indiana Derby each year as spectators, but this year, they're first coming as owners. And Ann and Renata bringing family and friends, a party of 24, with them to cheer on Lighter on Saturday. It's been an action-packed week as we usher in the 32nd running of the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Hope you'll join us here this Saturday. It's Indiana Derby Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
"11 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis." And, you know, it's been a day, and this is really the only race that Steve Bick and I got to talk about today. And I'm telling you, when we line up together on a race, it usually works out. So that being said, this is a filly mare, 3-year-old and up allowance. They're going a mile and a 16th on the grass. Now, this is an open event here, and it's pretty interesting. Let me tell you, though, Ramos is on the 5, and the 7 is scratched. I'm going to go with the 3, Bijou Baby on top. This race does kick off the, well, it doesn't kick it off. The cross-country pick 5, this is one of those races in there. It's leg 2. Santa Anita race 6, and then our race 5. So Bijou Baby Louis Contreras is aboard here for Jamie Grubbs, and this one is 5-1 right now on the tote board, coming from Churchill Downs in a winner by half a length. This one made a really sweet move, kind of split horses, and ended up a very nice winner. We love a bay. Look at that beautiful 6-year-old mare. She's been in the winner's circle 6 times. She's been in the money 15 times. She's earned $222,000, and she did race here 2 back on the grass, going a mile. She's going a little bit longer here today, and that was on May 2nd. It was actually a 4th place finish, but look, what happened? I really don't know, because she was last by 11 lengths. I should have looked up that replay, but I looked up that sweet move that she made the last race on June 6th at Churchill, and I should have looked what happened to see why she got so far back. I mean, she was 11th by 11 lengths and then fell back even more to 13 behind everyone. Then she just closes like a freight train, inching up 7 lengths, inching up 5 lengths, and then ends up getting beat 3 1/4 lengths after being last by 13. So I don't know what happened in that race. Like I said, I looked at the last replay, but I think she's way better than what you saw here. So she's back in Indiana. She's going a little bit longer. I like that a lot. You can see she's a little bit of a Nancy girl. They took her out over by the hose to spray her off here. It is very muggy and very hot today. 9-5, the 1, Pretty Ribbon is who I'm going to put in there. And this is the one that, well, Steve did like the 7, but it's scratched. And then we were talking about the 1. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard for Cherie DeVoe. Love seeing Cherie. She just had a winner last week. She's got this one in here today. This is a 3-year-old filly who is by Bated Breath out of a Medaglia d'Oro dam, and she's making her 3rd lifetime start. So she broke the maiden at Fairgrounds in November of 2025, and then they gave her off until January, so a few months there, and they ran her again at Fairgrounds routing a mile on the turf, and she ended up 5th. She's been off since January. She had a really wide trip too in that race, but she's been off since January, so all year until now. And you know, we're in the middle of July, so I'm sure she needed that time off. Pretty Ribbon, an Ireland bred, is coming here and moving up in distance a little bit too. She's going to a mile and 16th. I hope that makes the difference for her, but she's been training at Keeneland. Her most recent work was on June 23rd. The June 16 one, June 16th at Keeneland, 4 furlongs, 47-4. She was 4 of 44 in there. I like that one. And then the June 9th one wasn't too bad either. It was 4 furlongs, 48-4. So I'm going to go with Pretty Ribbon in my exacta spot. And then I'm going to round it out with a little bit of a long shot. 8, Sharia Mia. And this one is Mitchell Merle and Aaron West. They've got great numbers together. Aaron's high percentage in a lot of things, but he's 15% win clip, 41% the money. But what I love about his stats that are specific to this race is Aaron is 24% when he's first off the claim. That's a big, big percentage. He's also 20% when the horse's last race was the maiden winner. Now, does that count because he wasn't in his barn? She wasn't in his barn? I don't know. Is she younger, going up against older? Sure. But I still think she's got talent. I still think she showed like some nice form on the turf at June 11th. And I like that she's back in here. And I like that Mr. Mitchell Merle's on. Bet Mitch, get rich, baby. 318 for me here in the 5th race. This is the start of the Itoba Pick 4, ladies and gentlemen. Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association is a wonderful place to be here in our state with a wonderful state supplement and purse structure. Please visit itoba.com for more details. We're 5 minutes to race 5. Good luck.
The horses call poster now for the fifth race. The Fillies Mares Turf over the mile and 16th, a field of 7. One scratch, take out number 7, Coach Albert Lady. The 7's a non-runner. 5 Stormy Paradise, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Has a win on the card. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122. Joe Ramos rides number 5, Stormy Paradise. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. This the first leg of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Fillies Mares Turf starts the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3, featured on races 5, 7, and 8. First leg of the All Turf Pick 3. This a leg of the 50-cent Cross Country Pick 5, between here and Saratoga. Course firm, rail of 36 feet, 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2 minutes time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Fillies Mares Turf. It starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. It's the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. It's a leg of the 50-cent Cross Country Pick 5 with Saratoga. Here firm, you have less than 1 minute. For the first time here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, crossing over to the turf course. Course firm, rail of 36 feet. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Fernando de la Cruz with Pretty Ribbon. Santo Sanjor, Asteria joined Pretty Ribbon. Evan Roman with Violetta M. Stormy Paradise, Joe Ramos won the opener. Luis Contreras with Bijou Baby. Now Alberto Burgos, Hidden Presence like Violetta M, both for Polo Lobo. Course firm rail of 36 feet. Favorites have swept the first 4 races here on the Horseshoe Indianapolis card, and one more. Mitchell Merrill with Sharamia. As part of the cross-country pick 5 with Saratoga. They're in the game. And they're off. Even start. Stormy Paradise away well. Violetta M toward the inside. Pretty Ribbon settles and has been taken back by Fernando de la Cruz to last. But with Joe Ramos, it's Stormy Paradise. Very keen here in the opening stages. Stormy Paradise to the front and carries a 3-length lead out to the stretch on Sharamia. Then toward the inside, the Argentine-bred Violetta M third as they round the first turn with 6 furlongs to run. On the outside, Hidden Presence is next in 4th. Bijou Baby in a red cap stays rooted to the rail at 36 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. First run since the fairgrounds for Pretty Ribbon, who's alongside Asteria, and those two are joint last as they go up the back of the course. And still keen out in front is Stormy Paradise, 23.05 for the lead part. So with Joe Ramos, Stormy Paradise bowls past the half-mile pole with a 5-length lead. Mitchell Merrill and Sharamia keeps tabs on the front runner. Length and a half to Violetta M, still in 3rd, evenly so far. Bijou Baby a ground-saving 4th. 3/4 length to Hidden Presence, 1 more to Asteria, and Pretty Ribbon is last of 7. Half mile for Stormy Paradise, 46.90 with Joe Ramos. Stormy Paradise looking to make every yard as these Fillies mares turn for home. Sharamia is bridging the margin with Violetta M sweeping up in an orange cap for Evan Roman. 3/4 in 1 minute 10.50 seconds. Bijou Baby needs a gap on the outside. Hidden Presence and Pretty Ribbon still well back with 1 furlong to go. And here's Violetta M, who descends on Sharamia. Asteria launching late for Santo Sanjor. Asteria up now to Violetta M. It's a close finish. It's a photo finish. Bijou Baby was 3rd and Pretty Ribbon 4th. Close. Asteria with Violetta M. It's up to the judges. $141.80 after the Fillies mare's turf. Photo finish. Very little in this win photo. Hold all tickets. Up to the judges it goes. Here's the verdict. It's Asteria. 4-2-3-1 for Asteria. 13-1 first. Narrow margin of victory and nose in it. Number 2, Violetta M at 3-1, just missed to Asteria. Takes out the Fillies mare's turf. 3, Bijou Baby, 3-1 third. 1, Pretty Ribbon. And her first run since the fairgrounds at 3-1, getting into the frame for 4th, Asteria. Santo Sanjor on the dialed-in filly. And she's a 13-1 winner in this leg of the cross-country pick 5. Race 5 official. Well favored, swept the first 4 races on the Horseshoe Indianapolis card on this Thursday of Indiana Derby week. That stops here. For Asteria, $29.60 winner of the Phillies Mares Turf. The number 4 Asteria with Santos Anjor. On the upset-minded filly by Dialed In. 4-year-old dark Bear Brown filly out of a Candy Ride mare, La Luna Latte. And a Navarrete trains for Rolling Fields Thoroughbreds of Wyatt Gooden. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Asteria, a nose winner of the Phillies Mares Turf. High fives for Santo. He liked it. So did they. $0.50 early pick 5, $95 even. 50-cent pick 3, $14.15. Favorites won the first 4 before Asteria. 4 to Exacta. It was a nose between them. $146 even. 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-3, $119.05. Pretty Ribbon 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 4-2-3-1, $50 in that wheat penny. 141.80. 7 ran in the Phillies Mares Turf. 23 minutes away, race 6 in the maiden. Scratch 1 Lover's Trap. 4 Spite Night and take out the 6 Cool Hunting. No superfecta, no pentafecta wagering. No superfecta. Scratch the pentafecta. 1, 4, and 6 all out. Win place show, exacted trifecta. Double pick 3. Post time will now be at 4:51. They're in the game. And they're off. Even start. Stormy Paradise, away well. Violetta M toward the inside. Pretty Ribbon settles and has been taken back by Fernando Cruz to last. But with Joe Ramos, it's Stormy Paradise. Very keen here in the opening stages. Stormy Paradise to the front and carries a 3-length lead out to the stretch on Cheremia. Then toward the inside, the Argentine bred Violetta M third as they round the first turn with 6 furlongs to run. On the outside, Hidden Presence is next in 4th. Bijou Baby in a red cap stays rooted to the rail at 36 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. First run since the fairgrounds for Pretty Ribbon, who's alongside Asteria, and those two a joint last as they go up the back of the course. And still keen out in front is Stormy Paradise, 23.05 for the lead part. So with Joe Ramos, Stormy Paradise bowls past the half-mile pole with a 5-length lead. Mitchell Morrill and Cheremia keeps tabs on the front runner. Length and a half to Violetta M, still in third, evenly so far. Bijou Baby a ground-saving 4th. 3/4 length to Hidden Presence. 1 more to Asteria, and Pretty Ribbon is last of 7. half mile for Stormy Paradise. 46.90 with Joe Ramos. Stormy Paradise looking to make every yard as these Phillies mares turn for home. Sharamia is bridging the margin with Violetta M sweeping up in an orange cap for Evan Roman. 3/4 in 1 minute 10.50 seconds. Bijou Baby needs a gap on the outside hidden presence, and Pretty Ribbon still well back with 1 furlong to go. And here's Violetta M, who descends on Sharamia. Asteria launching late for Santos Sanjor. Asteria up now to Violetta M. It's a close finish. It's a photo finish. Bijou Baby was third, and they're in the
going into Indiana Oaks. Just tell us how she's doing coming into the race.
Good. She had a very nice win here through the later part of the Churchill meet, and she seems to be getting a mojo on, and we're real happy with her. She had a lovely 5/8 here on the weekend, so we think she's going into it in good order. I think the blinkers have been a big help to her.
She's only been in one other stakes, I recall, the Gulfstream Park Oaks.
Yeah, and I don't think she was as good then as she is now. So I think she's really developed since that Gulfstream Park Oaks.
And the Indiana Oaks just made sense.
Yeah,
the
no, it
next
was something
step
that we're
up.
pointing for. We've got another couple of fillies in that category, so try to keep them separated, and she suited the Indiana Oaks. So.
Well, were you involved in purchasing her? She was a
No,
seven
Bill
or
bought her
dozen
all
to-
by himself. I was with him and left him unattended for a day at the sale, and he come home with her. So looks like he's done a good job.
So you'll leave him unattended more?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, she's going to meet some horses she's ran against that did finish in front of her last time in Maximum Offer and Prom Queen.
Yeah, but I'd like to say that we can reverse the role there, because I feel like she's a lot better filly now than she was when she met them the last time. Looks like a short field, very tactical race, and she's sort of got to where she can settle off the pace a bit now and just see what happens in front of her, and then she seems to have developed into a nice late closing kick, so that's always a good addition to a resume when you're going long.
And you've got Mario Gutierrez riding her. He's been riding her all along.
Yeah.
And you've really been a supporter of his since he came to down in Florida.
Yep.
Y'all had a lot of success together.
Yeah, absolutely. He's first-class jockey. He's win 2 derbies and a Preakness. He knows how to steer them around there, and he gets along with this filly really well. And he was very happy with the last work, so I know he'll ride her with plenty of confidence. It's a very strong jock colony, but I think you put Mario on the right horses, and he can ride as good as any of them.
And then just finally, your thoughts on the field overall. Again, it's going to be a compact field. You said tactical. But...
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's a very competitive field. And I feel like I said earlier, I just feel like she gives me that warm, fuzzy feeling going into it. She seems to be doing really well.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. It can't continue to be chalk forever, and Santos Sager says niet. Not anymore in there. 13-1. Asteria gets the nose down certainly spices up that Horseshoe hat trick, turf racing, some chaos. We've got the Itoba pick 4 now, beginning with 13-1 as well, and that late fire 5. So some excitement for the horizontal players. Hopefully you were able to cash in on Asteria, who returns 29.60 on top. Santos Sager having a very underrated, successful meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He doesn't get the glamour, the chatter that many others do, but he's certainly made the best of plenty of his mounts, and that exacta returned just under $73 for the $1 exacta as well. Let's move along back out to the main track. Scratch numbers 1, 4, and 6. 1, 4, and 6 are out. Spite Night, a big scratch out of this event. I am going to lean into Turbo Duck. Tracy Wisner, Hannah Leahy, talking about riders that are having a successful meet. Hannah Leahy having herself some very nice winners as well, and I'm sure she's hopeful that this weekend will produce some results as well with handicapping and or handicap races and stakes races as well with Turbo Duck. This one goes turf to dirt. The 3-year-old gelding by Turbo Compressor is 0 for 6. But that could all change today, getting in with a field that should fit his expectations very reasonably. I do like horses that go turf to dirt. Oftentimes, looking back over the years, when they try the turf, they go back to the dirt. Sometimes they get a little bit of a boost. They've always thought that this one was likely going to handle 2 turns. They did try 2 turns as a 2-year-old on closing day, and the winner, Brazilian Conexo, is quite a good one as well. Kind of got the lead and never looked back. And Turbo Duck wasn't really expected to run all that well. In fact, went off at 150-1. That doesn't happen very often. And what happens even less is when a horse goes off at 150-1 and they hit the board. Albeit they were defeated by 20 lengths, they didn't finish third in a 10-horse field. That kind of gave an indication that Turbo Duck is going to flourish around 2 turns and has done so this season with a 4th place finish, lost to a good one in Sly Guy, Spite Night, who scratched out. And then last time out handled the turf pretty beautifully, actually. Went off at 10-1, had a sneaky amount of a troubled trip after breaking from the inside. They kind of got in tight, were steadied somewhat repeatedly, and I think they'll probably head back to the turf at some point, but you go where the condition book indicates you should, and that's where they land in here. Tracy Wisner owns and trains Turbo Duck, who should put that experience around 2 turns to use with some of these scratches in here after we scratched out 1, 4, and 6. We move along in the next one in here, a very even betting board between 3-2, 5-2, 7-2 as well with the 7 and the 8. And we move right along to number 7 in here. Shake 'em up. Gennaro Garcia, Micah Meeks goes out. This 3-year-old gelding, Bahiti, 20-1 on that morning line. Currently 7-2, taking some action right now. This is the first foal for the mare. She's so lit. The blinkers do go on, a 7-pound weight break as well. Trainer wins at about 12% on first-time route races. Now, the turf racing isn't always that successful for Gennaro Garcia, but this is not a turf race. Thankfully, we're on the main track for Gennaro Garcia, and Micah Meeks certainly making the best of her mounts as well, winning at 13%. And the early money is making this horse a significant player in here. Only raced once, debuted going 6 furlongs, couldn't get the job done, was kind of ran off their feet early on into that race and never really got into it overall. But I do think there's upside in here. First time route numbers make sense for this horse, and I think Shake 'em Up could be any sort in here in what is a challenging race, putting the blinkers on as well. An equipment change in play for Gennaro Garcia and Micah Meeks. After that, we go to Dewey Oxberger, Jay Holden, Joseph Bielmer, a 4-year-old by Dowsing, 0 for 11 with a 2nd place finish to their name. A horse whose numbers look better than they may suggest, 7-2 on the board. As on your screen now, you're seeing a leg up from Alex Crispin. We'll see if he can get another winner this season aboard. Oh my Bob, 1.16 the distance. Someone will return a maiden no more, 5 minutes away from the 6th at the shoe.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. The maiden will be run on the fast main track over the mile and a 16th. Here a field of 5. Scratch 1, Lover's Trap. 4, Spike Night. And 6, Cool Hunting. No Superfecta nor Pentafecta wagering featured here on the maiden. No Superfecta, no Grand High 5. Win, play, show, exacted trifecta, double pick 3. Three minutes to post time. Late scratch on the 7, Shake 'em Up. By order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, 7 Shake 'em Up has now been scratched here from the maiden. All wagers on 7 Shake 'em Up refunds. There will be a 4 and 7 consolation double, 4-7 consolation double. Those having 7 Shake 'em Up in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch number 7, Shake 'em Up. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Alexander Crispin, Oh My Bob. First of the 4 to move into the starting gate here for the maiden. We have that late scratch on 7, Shake 'em Up. Rich Lover, Joe Ramos on the Thursday score sheet here on Indiana Derby Week. First time starter Rich Lover's joined Oh My Bob. Pat Leahy with Turbo Duck, so one more. Joseph Bimmer, and 11 time started Dewey Oxberger. The Milan 16th are in the gate. They're off. Turbo Duck with Dewey Oxberger, the newcomer Rich Lover, and Oh My Bob with the rail as the 4 of them make the way into the first turn. It's Rich Lover. With Joe Ramos, the newcomer Rich Lover in a white cap, Oh My Bob holds the rail as they round the first turn, and then it's a break of a length and a half to Turbo Duck, who's running in third, while 3 clear from Dewey Oxberger, who's last of the 4. Out in front, Oh My Bob with the rail for Alexander Crispin, going head-to-head in the early stages with Rich Lover. The quarter, 23.67 seconds, with Hannah Leahy. Turbo Duck and the Red Silks tracks them from third and into the hands of Joseph Bimmer. Dewey Oxberger taking a wider angle of attack at the back of the pack. So they make this run toward the half-mile pole, Rich Lover and Oh My Bob. They continue to exchange punches out in front. Oh My Bob and Rich Lover trying to sustain a bid. In the meantime, Turbo Duck is right there nibbling off their heels. Turbo Duck just needs a gap, and Dewey Oxberger is last of the quartet, half mile 47.85. So this is 3 furlongs out, and Rich Lover first under pressure. Turbo Duck. It's a bold stroke by Hannah Leahy. Turbo Duck going for the quarter pole. Opens up an advantage now on Oh My Bob in the orange cap. Dewey Oxberger being ridden to assert, and Rich Lover has tailed off in his last of the 4. 3/4, 1 minute 13.66 seconds, top of the stretch. With Hannah Leahy, it's Turbo Duck, and Turbo Duck has slipped away from them. Deep in the final furlong, it's a 20-length margin. Back to Oh My Bob and Dewey Oxberger, and Rich Lover is well beaten. Turbo Duck sails out of the maiden ranks by 20 lengths. Oh My Bob was second, and Dewey Oxberger finished third. 146.14, 5283, and that's the full order. 5 Turbo Duck, 1 to 5 first. Number 2, Oh My Bob, 12 to 1 on the runner-up. Number 8, Dewey Oxberger, making his 12th career start, was third, and Rich Lover. So there's Hannah Leahy for Tracy Wisner, son of Turbo Compressor. This was his 7th career run, and Turbo Duck at 1 to 5 had the final say. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle for his first Cody photo. Sam snaps it on 5 Turbo Duck with Hannah Leahy. Turbo Duck, 3-year-old make gelding by Turbo Compressor out of a Sangaree mare for Tracy Wisner Racing LLC, and Tracy Wisner front and center for the Cody photo. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Turbo Duck. That was a blowout score in the maiden. 5-2 exacta, $6.80. Dewey Oxberger was third for that 50-cent trifecta. Pick 3 capped off by Turbo Duck, $15.25. 4 of them ran. Favorite was first. Trifecta, $3.70, 4-5 double, $40, and a 4-7 consolation double, if I'm seeing right, 2020. 146.14. 24 minutes away from the Turf Mile, race 7 of 10 here on this Thursday of Indiana Derby week. Again, Friday post time noon. Don't forget, special post time, the first of 9 tomorrow will be at noon. Then, of course, Saturday, Indiana's biggest day of thoroughbred racing. Saturday, the 13-race betting bonanza, highlighted by the Grade 3 Indiana Derby and the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Hope you can join us Saturday. We kick off at noon for the first of a baker's dozen. In the Turf Mile, scratch 3, Mama's Wish. Scratch the 3, no rider changes. Number 5, the King Stinger is a pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta. Here's a grand high 5. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 5:25. Mile and a 16th are in the gate. They're off. Turbo Duck with Dewey Oxberger, the newcomer Rich Lover, and Oh My Bob with the rail as the 4 of them make the way into the first turn. It's Rich Lover. With Joe Ramos, the newcomer Rich Lover in a white cap, Oh My Bob holds the rail as they round the first turn, and then there's a break of a length and a half to Turbo Duck, who's running in third, while 3 clear from Dewey Oxberger, who's last of the 4. Out in front, Oh My Bob with the rail for Alexander Crispin, going head-to-head in the early stages with Rich Lover. The quarter, 23.67 seconds, with Hannah Leahy. Turbo Duck and the Red Silks tracks them from third and into the hands of Joseph Bielmer. Dewey Oxberger taking a wider angle of attack at the back of the pack. As they make this run toward the half-mile pole, Rich Lover and Oh My Bob. They continue to exchange punches out in front. Oh My Bob and Rich Lover trying to sustain a bid. In the meantime, Turbo Duck is right there nibbling off their heels. Turbo Duck just needs a gap, and Dewey Oxberger is last of the quartet, half mile 47.85. So this is 3 furlongs out, and Rich Lover first under pressure. Turbo Duck. It's a bold stroke by Hannah Leahy. Turbo Duck going for the quarter pole. Opens up an advantage now on Oh My Bob in the orange cap. Dewey Oxberger being ridden to assert, and Rich Lover has tailed off in his last of the 4. 3/4, 1 minute 13.66 seconds, top of the stretch. With Hannah Leahy, it's Turbo Duck, and Turbo Duck has slipped away from them. Deep in the final furlong, it's a 20-length margin. Back to Oh My Bob and Dewey Oxberger, and Rich Lover is well beaten. Turbo Duck sails out of the maiden ranks by 20 lengths. Oh My Bob was second, and Dewey Oxberger finished third. Mile and a 16th, they're in the gate. They're off.
All right, Ricky. Gotten a couple in already. You're getting more in tomorrow. Tell us who's arrived and who hasn't.
Yeah, we had Prom Queen came in this morning. She got on a van yesterday in Saratoga, and van here arrived this morning. So she'll train here tomorrow and then run on Saturday in the Oaks. Nala broke her maiden here, so she's been stabled here the whole time. She's been training here regularly and in the Oaks. In the Oaks also. Let's see, Wadsworth, he is running in the Schuster. We know that for sure. He came in yesterday. We schooled him in the paddock. He's kind of one that gets a little hot sometimes. We want to ship him in a couple days before the race, let him settle in. Encino is here also, where he's cross-entered in the Schaefer and the Schuster. We're not 100% sure which race we're going to run in yet. And then tomorrow we have Instant Replay, who's running in the Schaefer, Leading Change, our Derby horse, and Yes, It Is, who's running in the Mary Holman. The three of them are coming in tomorrow. So they'll ship in, we'll school them in the paddock, and then they'll race on Saturday. So
Thanks for the update, Ricky.
absolutely.
We're 10 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we've got an Indiana sired allowance now. They're going to go a mile on the grass, and the 3 Mama's Wish is out. I got a little bit of a long shot here. Don't bet it down. I don't even want to tell you. You'll bet it down. No, I'm just kidding. Quaint, 9-2 right now. The 1, Polar Drift, the favorite. But I went with Marcelino Pedroza here on top with Quaint for Mr. Gennaro Garcia, coming off a training double yesterday and looking for one here today. If I have it my way, he will get one. This horse finally broke the maiden last time on grass. So today's surface, today's distance. This horse does move up. Obviously, first time with winners is big, but I think he's found one that he's going to be good here. This horse has put up, really, the speed at the distance, the best speed at the distance, 73. But that has not been achieved by the number 1 since last year in July. Like literally a whole year ago. He's ran 8 times about and has not put up anything close to that. And then Lightning Fighter also put up a 73 as well, the 6. That was only 2 back, but it was a 5th place finish. So the 6, I guess, at the distance has put up some nice numbers. But then when you really dive into it, this one was on turf recently in August. So the 2, even though that the speed figure at the distance is 63, which is 10 points lower, this horse just broke the maiden. We don't know really what he's capable of yet. He's ran only 4 times. He's made a little bit of money. He's won. 3 of those have been, all 4 of those have been here, and 3 of the 4 have been on the grass. I just really like him too. He looks like he's ready to go. He doesn't look agitated. He doesn't look angry. He just looks like he is ready to go. They got the blinkers on him. And Marcelino, I think he's due for a win today. So it's very rarely a day that we go by that Marcelino doesn't notch something. Let's go on to the 8. Rock City Kid. Rock City Kid is 5-1 right now on the tote board. Rodney Prescott, nice winner in the 4th race there for sure for Mr. Jonathan Nance. And this horse on its toes, filled out nicely. Coat is wonderful. He's got his head down like he's ready to go. And then now that he's kind of slowed down, he's looking around. I like the way he looks. I like the way he's acting. Rock City Kid is trained by Miss Shannon McGovern. Just really a nice gelding by Pataki Kid. He's owned by Shannon and Rodney. They own South Point Farm and have been breeding together. They've got some nice horses. Shannon is a wonderful horsewoman, very knowledgeable. For those of you who maybe don't follow Indiana very often, this horse has not been worse than 3rd but once, and it was the debut. So I'm going to just draw a line through that. So let's just say these races, breaks the maiden, goes straight to a 2nd place finish. It got taken off the turf that day, and it did have a little bit of moisture in it. And then a 3rd with winners again at a mile and 16. This time Shannon entered him on the dirt. But it's first out for 2026. I think this horse is going to run big. That was the only question mark for me, is it's the first out for 2026. I don't think it's going to be a problem for Shannon, to be honest with you. And I don't think it's going to be a problem if this horse was first on grass, because it's obviously Shannon thinks it's going to be good on grass, or she wouldn't have put it in the race on June 17th last year. And then I am going to round it out with the 7, Our Jalapeno, 7-1. I really just have been rooting for our Jalapeno. But he's just had a tough go of it. You know what I mean? He's kind of a smaller guy. He's filled out really well. You know, some of these horses are longer, maybe a little taller and stuff, but he's ran some good races, and I don't think he's getting the credit that he's due. Our Jalapeno is a 3-year-old gelding by Skylord. He's trained by Rob Dobbs, who's having a really good season, and he's owned by Burger Racing, making his 5th lifetime start. But look at these finishes. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. I mean, he's done well, and he was bumped at the start. He went all the way down on the slab on May 20th. And then look at that race, this last race, the allowance, that was on a dry track. Got away 10th by 8 1/4 in a 10-horse field, which he was last by almost 9. And then he ends up 3rd. I just talked about this, and the horse ended up running really well, but that just stands out to me when that happens. It's not very often, and twice today I've noticed that. 287 for me. I'm really rooting for our jalapeno, Evan Roman, also very capable jockey. A really nice race on the grass. Super excited about it. And we do have AI Allen coming up next, and then Martha to go over your quarter horse races on a Thursday afternoon here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses call posted now for the 7th race. The 7th of 10 on the day. Here the turf mile, a field of 8. Number 3, Mama's Wish has been scratched. Scratch the blue 3. Mama's Wish. 5, the King Stinger at 1 pound to the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The turf mile features the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager here. Start to the $5 last call thoroughbred double. Pick 3, races 7, 8, and 9. There's 10 in total. 3 minutes to post time. Course firm around 36 feet. 3 minutes to the off. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. For the second time here today, crossing over to the turf course. Second leg here of the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Wraps up with the turf mile in the next. Fast track for the quarter horse dashes, the ninth and the last of the day. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando de la Cruz with Polar Drift. First of the 8 to move into the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez with Lighting Fighter. Join Polar Drift. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Quaint Went and Well. Evan Roman with Our Jalapeno. Infinite Speed, Santo Sanjor as a win on the card. Micah Meeks with the King Stinger coming up. Here at Over the Mile. Rodney Prescott, first run of the year for Rock City Kid. Polar Drift right now the 9-5 favorite. And one more, Joseph Romero Junkyard Justice. This will be his 4-year-old seasonal bow. Course firm around 36 feet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Polar Drift away well. Nearest the inside, Infinite Speed in a purple cap. Here's Lighting Fighter, who's out toward the front for Jose Gutierrez, and right with Lighting Fighter and Infinite Speed is Rock City Kid, making his first run of the year, and he's keen here in the early stages out to the stretch with these tri-leaders. Then comes Junkyard Justice in the orange cap, a wide fourth. Polar Drift with the rail as these Indiana breds go to the back of this firm course. Our Jalapeno is next upon settling in the gold for Evan Roman. And then comes the King Stinger, settled back by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Quaint Trails. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 22.11 seconds. Strong pace on. And it's Rock City Kid for Rodney Prescott. Rock City Kid takes the top here in the turf mile, a half mile from home. From toward the inside, Infinite Speed, who tries to rally on. In the meantime, Lighting Fighter getting a good toe into this from third, and Junkyard Justice wide both turns. Rock City Kid clocked a half in 45.90. Polar Drift making progress now for Fernando de la Cruz. Then further back to Quaint, who's picked up the King Stinger. Our Jalapeno is dropped back to last. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. And Junkyard Justice for Joseph Primero, a 13-1 bid to come up here to Rock City Kid as they make the swing, with Polar Drift straightening away in third, Lighting Fighter toward the inside, and our Jalapeno takes to an inside path win in tight quarters. They come down to the final furlong. Rock City Kid, Lighting Fighter, our Jalapeno is threading through. They try to swallow up Rock City Kid. Here come the closers. Polar Drift, our Jalapeno continues to come full on. Our Jalapeno and Polar Drift, it's on the bob. Quaint third and Rock City Kid and Lighting Fighter was fifth. Our Jalapeno dived at the finish with Polar Drift in a close call. $136.43 after the turf mile. Good finish to this. Win photo. It's up to the judges. Hold all tickets. On the bob, Polar Drift. 17286. One Polar Drift at 2-1. Got a winning bob. 7-hour Jalapeno at 11-1 out knotted. 2 Quaint at 7-2 was third. 8 Rock City Kid, 4-1 fourth, and 6 Lighting Fighter making his 5-year-old seasonal bow gets into the frame for fifth. Fernando de la Cruz. For Bob Gorham, isotherm 4-year-old, it's Polar Drift. It was right on the bob. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 1 Polar Drift, and a win of inches by Fernando de la Cruz. Polar Drift, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Isotherm. The Pollard's Vision Mare, Big and Lucky, Bob Gorham trains for Marion F. Gorham Revocable Trust. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Polar Drift and a bobber. Result official. Fernando Letta Cruz back to the jockey's quarters with a 2-1 win on the bob with Polar Drift. Capped off a pick 3 for $55.20. 1-7 exacta, took a win photo, $73 even, 50-cent trifecta, 172, $93.20. 5-1 double, 1080, 10-cent superfecta, $98.34. Lighting Fighter was fifth, 10-cent pentafecta, returned $203.38, 136.43. 22 minutes away from race 8, Phillies Mares Turf Mile. Last leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 that was featured on the card. Scratch the 2, Rapido Rosa. Take out 9, Go Town, and scratch 11, End of Innocence. That was an MTO. Course firm for the Turf Mile. Scratch 2, 9, and the number 11. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Another Pentafecta featured on the Distaff Turf Mile. Double final pick 3 of the day. Races 9 and 10, the quarter horse dashes, fast track for those. Post time just before the top of the hour. Turf Mile at 5:59 in town. They're in the gate. And they're off. Polar Drift away well. Nearest the inside, Infinite Speed in a purple cap. Here's Lighting Fighter, who's out toward the front for Jose Gutierrez, and right with Lighting Fighter and Infinite Speed is Rock City Kid, making his first run of the year, and he's keen here in the early stages out to the stretch with these tri-leaders. Then comes Junkyard Justice and the orange cap, a wide fourth. Polar Drift with the rail as these Indiana breds go to the back of this firm course. Our Jalapeno is next upon settling in the gold for Evan Roman. And then comes the King Stinger, settled back by Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Quaint Trails. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 22.11 seconds. Strong pace on. And it's Rock City Kid for Rodney Prescott. Rock City Kid takes the top here in the Turf Mile, a half mile from home. From toward the inside, Infinite Speed, who tries to rally on. In the meantime, Lighting Fighter getting a good toe into this from third, and Junkyard Justice wide both turns. Rock City Kid clocked a half in 45.90. Polar Drift making progress now for Fernando Letta Cruz. Then further back to Quaint, who's picked up the King Stinger. Our Jalapeno is dropped back to last. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. And Junkyard Justice for Joseph Romero, a 13-1 bid to come up here to Rock City Kid as they make the swing. With Polar Drift straightening away in third, Lighting Fighter toward the inside, and our Jalapeno takes to an inside path win in tight quarters. They come down to the final furlong. Rock City Kid, Lighting Fighter. Our Jalapeno is threading through. They try to swallow up Rock City Kid. Here come the closers. Polar Drift. Our Jalapeno continues to come full on. Our Jalapeno and Polar Drift. It's on the bob. Quaint third and Rock City Kid and Lighting Fighter was fifth. Our Jalapeno dived at the finish.
Hello, AI Allen here, powered by DRF. In the 8th race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the pace type is general. This means the race might unfold with a balanced pace, allowing horses with strong early speed and consistent performance to shine. Number 3, Polka Polenta. This 8-year-old mare is no stranger to the winner's circle. She has been there 10 times and earned $321K, the highest earner in the field. She gets top jock Fernando de la Cruz aboard. Ferenica Zeratis has really good percentages out of the limited runners he's brought to Indiana. She also boasts a high early pace rating of 103, showcasing strong early speed. Number 8, CE Last 6 Charlie. With a spotlight rating of 96, she remains a solid overall performer, indicating consistency and potential strength throughout the race. Amir Mendoza is coming off a riding double yesterday, and he has been in the irons the last 2 outs. Number 7, Razzle Red. Despite a lower early pace rating of 66, she is still a power pick, and her trainer, Jamie Grubbs, has a strong trainer score that could influence her performance positively. She's dropping in class today and was only beaten a length for 4th versus Tougher in her last race. Good luck today in the 8th race.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. Here are the Fillies Mares Turf Mile, a field of 8. Scratch 2, Rapido Rosa. 9, Go Town, and scratch the MTO 11, End of Innocence. Scratch the 2, 9, and the number 11 from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Double, final pick 3 of the day. Course firm, around 36 feet. Fast track for the quarter horse dashes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For a final time, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today. Fast track for the quarter horse dashes to wrap up the card here on this Thursday of Indiana Derby week. A saint of 10 here. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. On today's alone with Nixon's time. Like lead the way both for Bob Gorham going for a double. Champagne Knights, Joe Ramos on the Thursday score sheet. Polka Polenta would be a last call thoroughbred double for leader Fernando de la Cruz. 34 wins here this season. Polka Polenta joins. Semper Bermudez with Razzle Red. Here over the mile, Alexander Bendezu with Sassy Katie. Razzle Red loaded, Sassy Katie's in. Santo Sanjor has a win on the card. Lead the way, Amir Mendoza with C'est la vie, Charlie. One more, Alexander Crispin with Footnote. They're in the gate. They're off. Footnote, those inside gates, Polka Polenta. Nixon's time holds the running rail. Sassy Katie is up there too, but with Fernando de la Cruz, Polka Polenta leads past the awning. It's Polka Polenta taking in hand to lead. Early pace pressure for Polka Polenta from Sassy Katie, and Champagne Knights is 3 wide out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to run. Nixon's time stays rooted to the rail at 36 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. Footnote broke sharp, settled back in 5th. Then it's a break of 3 more to C'est la vie, Charlie out deep on the course, with toward the inside lead the way, and Razzle Red is in between them. The quarter 23.22 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole, Polka Polenta. Leads here by 3/4 of a length. Joe Ramos keeps Champagne Knights right there with the front runner, Polka Polenta, the target, as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Alexander Bendezu and Sassy Katie tracks them from 3rd. A break, 6 more lengths to Footnote running in 4th. Nixon's time is 5th. Then comes, as they round the far turn, to C'est la vie, Charlie. 6 more lengths back to, on the outside, Razzle Red running second to last, and lead the way trails the Fillies Mares Turf. Half mile 46.28. Past the quarter pole, it's Polka Polenta with Fernando. Polka Polenta leads the charge for home from Sassy Katie, who swept into second from Champagne Knights. Toward the inside, Footnote, and on the front side, C'est la vie, Charlie looking to stay on. In tight quarters is Nixon's time. Nixon's time trying to ride the rail, but got in a box past the 16th. Here comes C'est la vie, Charlie. Polka Polenta. Right there, Footnote. Right there, Razzle Red. It's C'est la vie, Charlie. For Amir Mendoza in a driving finish, Razzle Red was nearest at the line, along with Footnote and Polka Polenta too. $135.13. Action-packed finish to the Fillies Mares Turf Mile. It was 13-1 on 8. C'est la vie, Charlie. C'est la vie, Charlie was joined by Razzle Red right at the finish. Footnote was there, and Polka Polenta in a blanket photo finish. Nixon's time was back in 5th. Sassy Katie was 6th. Lead the way from Champagne Knights, who tailed right away. Photo finish, stand by for the judges' confirmation. 13-1 it was on C'est la vie, Charlie. From the judges, posted now the order. 8, 7, 10, 3, 1. It was the 8. C'est la vie, Charlie. 13-1 first, 7 Razzle Red. 3-1 second was nearest at the finish. The 10 Footnote, 14-1 right there too. Good finish to the turf mile. 3 Polka Polenta, even money. 4th and 1 Nixon's Time with the rail at 55-1, getting into the frame for the Pentafecta. Mir Mendoza, leading apprentice here this season, adds another. Here for Gennaro Garcia, tops the trainers' ranks. C'est la vie, Charlie. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the number 8, C'est la vie, Charlie, with Amir Mendoza. C'est la vie, Charlie is a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Classic Empire. And a Bob and Robin by Indian Charlie for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. A couple of wins on the card, along with Triple V Racing LLC and Brandon Valentini, the co-owners. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of C'est la vie, Charlie in the driving 4-way go. Finish to the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. Good finish that. 10-cent Superfecta, they were all right there. $112.74, 8-7 Exacta, $97 even, 50-cent Trifecta, $140.95. $5 last call, 1-8 Thoroughbred double, $230.50 for that last call double. The 10-cent Superfecta paid $112.74. Polka Polenta was 4th. Nixon's Time 5th. Saved ground throughout. $1 Itoba late pick 4-4-4, $971.90. Again, that last call double paid $230.50. That 1-8 combination, Polo Drift to C'est la vie, Charlie. 50-cent to late fire 5. That's on 5 out of 5. Heading into the eve of Indiana Derby Day with a noon post time tomorrow. That pick 5 paying out on 5 of 5 here tonight. $995.30, and noting that Pentafecta, $358.45. Nixon's Time was 5th. 135.13, a couple of quarter horse dashes. Then that'll do it. 9th race over the 300 yards. Scratch the 6, cross the line. 6 cross the line, scratch, so that paves the way for 11. Remember the Queen to draw in with the meet leader, Eduardo Luna Diaz for Tim Eggleston. So the meet leaders, quarter horse wise here this season, day 49 of a 123-day meet. 11, Remember the Queen draws in and will break from that vacated post 6. Post 6 for number 11, Remember the Queen will run. Overweights, the 2+4, 3 Candy Spices 3 over, 5 Sydney Jack plus 5 pounds, and the 2 Gold Hearted Policy at a couple of pounds to the weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, post time 6:25. Here's a Phillies Mares Turf Mile race rewind. Sassy Katie is up there too, but with Fernando de la Cruz, Polka Polenta leads past the awning. It's Polka Polenta taking in hand to lead. Early pace pressure for Polka Polenta from Sassy Katie, and Champagne Knights is 3 wide out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to run. Nixon's Time stays rooted to the rail at 36 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. Footnote broke sharp, settled back in 5th. Then it's a break of 3 more to C'est la vie, Charlie out deep on the course, with toward the inside lead the way, and Razzle Red is in between them. The quarter 23.22 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole, Polka Polenta. Leads here by 3/4 of a length. Joe Ramos keeps Champagne Knights right there with the front runner, Polka Polenta, the target, as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Alexander Bendezu and Sassy Katie tracks them from 3rd. A break, 6 more lengths to Footnote running in 4th. Nixon's Time is 5th. Then comes, as they round the far turn, to C'est la vie, Charlie. 6 more lengths back to, on the outside, Razzle Red running 2nd to last. And lead the way trails the Phillies Mares Turf. Half mile 46.28. Past the quarter pole, it's Polka Polenta with Fernando. Polka Polenta leads the charge for home from Sassy Katie, who swept into 2nd from Champagne Knights. Toward the inside, Footnote. And on the front side, C'est La Vie Charlie looking to stay on. In tight quarters is Nixon's time. Nixon's time trying to ride the rail, but got in a box past the 16th. Here comes C'est La Vie Charlie. Polka Polenta. Right there, Footnote. Right there, Razzle Red. It's C'est La Vie Charlie. For Amir Mendoza in a driving finish. And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, a couple of jockey changes in the quarter horse dashes ahead. 9th race post time 6:25. That's 11 minutes away. In the 9th race ahead, number 7 MG Fresca will now be ridden by Christian Penaloza. Announcing that jockey change for the first time here in the 9th over the 300 yards. Christian Penaloza rides 7 MG Fresca, and turning to the 10th. That's the finale. 10th race, number 3, Cruising Down the Beach. The jockey will be Isidro Banuelos. Isidro Banuelos on 3, Cruising Down the Beach. That's in race 10. A couple of quarter horse dashes to wrap up this final racing day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. As again, as a reminder, Friday and Saturday post time will be at noon. Post time tomorrow at noon for the first of 9. Hope you can join us on Saturday. It's Indiana's biggest day of thoroughbred racing. Over $1 million in purses. Saturday's 13 race betting bonanza. Indiana Derby Day on Saturday. Post time at noon. Coming up, this quarter horse dash over the 300 yards. And Martha Clausen is waiting in the wings.
Well, as everybody on our team has stated, this is a huge week for Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thank goodness for wonderful weather, and we're super busy in both the thoroughbred and the quarter horse races. We had some that we had to make up from the rain last week, and we're coming back with these nice horses. So got 2 quarter horse races today, and we're going to begin with a 19,500 allowance for 3-year-olds and up, and these are horses that have never won 3 races. So quite a good field in my opinion, and we'll go to the paddock and take a look. I'm going to begin with number 8, and that's Kalis. I remember in the trial for the 103,000 Harley Green Derby back in May that Kalis ran a heck of a race, very good looking, imposing horse, and qualified for the final in a dead heat with the eventual winner, CV Denali. Really one of the best 3-year-olds we have on the grounds. So dead heat didn't fare as well in the final, but there's no reason to believe that this son of Racy Secret won't come back with a good effort today. He is trained by Natasha Perez, ridden by Diego Bocanegra. I call these two one of our top dynamic duos, and I really did think Kalis was something special in that trial. So we'll see how he does today. All right, let's go next to number 4, and that's Last Game Lady. She's been pretty sharp. This is a mare, a 4-year-old mare, so she's taken on some of these youngsters. She's been pretty sharp in her last 2 efforts for trainer Felix Barazza, a 5-year-old mare by Trace No Chase, and she ran second on May 19th and then returned as a gate-to-wire winner at this level just 1 month ago under Martin Munoz. He's the one that I'm always talking about as the most underrated rider in the colony. I mean, a lot of our riders are great, obviously, but they ride for kind of outfits like, you know, Tim Eggleston, Tony Cunningham, but Martin will pick up mounts for a lot of different conditioners and just shows up at a lot of different races. So I'm going to get my picture taken with him. I'm going to ask him for a selfie when I come up next Saturday. Now, either he likes the term underrated rider, or he'll say, heck no, I'm not having a picture with you, Martha Clausen. We'll see. I'm looking forward to the challenge. All right, how about number 5, and that's Sydney Jack, a nicely bred filly owned by Gordy Tim and some of his family. They take so much pride in their Indiana breds. And this is a horse that's sired by leading 2025 stallion Dulce Sintacha. Very capable today with training skill of leading conditioner Tim Eggleston. Rolanda Pena has ridden this filly in 7 of her 8 starts, so really fits her, and I think she's just total class. So again, we got a wide open field today, this allowance of non-winners of 3. You've seen them, you know, emerge in certain races, and we'll have to see if they can put it together again today. And I'll round up my top 4 with the other Eggleston trainee, and that's number 11, Remember the Queen, who could be tough because she's already drawn in from the also eligible list. She is going to replace number 6, Cross the Line, who was scratched earlier. And the way it works in our quarter horse colony is that the horse that draws in gets the vacated post from the horse that was scratched. So she will, even though she's 11, she's going to break from post 6. I think that's pretty important. She's sired by Cyber Monday. She's got some good breeding. She's going to break from that post under Eduardo Diaz. So I'll go 8, 4, 5, 11 in this second to last quarter horse race of the card. Good luck, and I'll be back to preview the finale as soon as everything is in the books for this particular allowance.
Please note in this upcoming ninth race, number 7 MG Fresca. No flipping halter last time out. No flipping halter here in the 300-yard dash for the 7 MG Fresca. That late program correction just into us. Now the horse is stepping onto the track for the ninth race. Over the 300 yards, fast track, no wind. Harry field of 10. Scratch 6 across the line. Scratch the 6. Number 11, Remember the Queen, draws in and breaks from post 6 for Remember the Queen. 7 MG Fresca, that late jockey change to Christian Penaloza. Right 7 MG Fresca. 2 Outlaw Woman, 4 over. 3 Candy Spice, 3 over. 5 Sydney Jack is 5 pounds over the program weight. 10 Gold Hearted Policy plus 2 pounds. 7 MG Fresca. That late program correction, no flipping halter last time nor here tonight for the 7 MG Fresca. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. And here's our final double of the day. Very little time to get a wager on. Better hurry. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Fernando Martin with center of attention, joined by Outlaw Woman. Remember the Queen draws in. Breaks from post 6 does Remember the Queen. Went in well. Candy Spice next to Outlaw Woman, loading up. Last Game Lady to post 4. Christian Penaloza. Late rider change there for MG Fresca. No flipping halter. Last time no here for MG Fresca. Kalis loaded. Leonard with Sydney Jack. They've all gone in well. Waiting for Sydney Jack. Cold Hearted Policy uses a flipping halter. So one more. Cito Benuelos with Leonard. 300 yards. Fast track. And Leonard. Stand by. Starter here, Oscar Quiros has the trigger. Kalis getting fidgety. And Kalis just flipped in the starting gate. Late scratch after flipping in the starting gate. The 8 Canis has now been ordered scratched. All wagers here on 8 Canis. Refunds. There was a double featured on races 8 and 9. 8 and 8 will be a consolation double. C'est la vie, Charlie. On the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. Started a double on the 8th and 9th. Late scratch on 8 Canis. 8 and 8 will be a consolation double. Those using the 8 Canis and a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any of those multi-race wagers. Scratch 8 Canis. After a late scratch on the pink 8, Kalis reloading. Waiting for Sydney Jack, and Leonard will be last. Late scratch on 8 Kalis after flipping in the starting gate. The pink 8 is a non-runner, and again, one more. Cito Benuelos with Leonard, and we'll be ready to go 300 yards on a fast track. All in line. There they go. Good start for Sydney Jack. Remember the Queen with speed past the 220. Nearest those inside gates, it's center of attention with Outlaw Woman pursuing. Remember the Queen coming to the forefront with Sydney Jack. These Tim Eggleston too. It is Remember the Queen at the finish, a driving finish. Remember the Queen, who was joined late by Leonard. Also right there was MG Fresca along with Sydney Jack and center of attention. It was a bunched finish. Photos up and down the spectrum after the 300 yards. It was in Kalis. The 8 was a late scratch after flipping in the starting gate. Photo, very little in that. We trailed back to Last Game Lady along with Outlaw Woman, Cold Hearted Policy, and finally Candy Spice. Multiple horses in the win photograph. Hold all bets. The verdict in. It's gone to Remember the Queen. 11-9-7-5-1, breaking from post 6. Number 11, Remember the Queen first. Number 9, Leonard. 10-5, second to the favorite. Number 7, MG Fresca, 12-1, was third. 5, Sydney Jack, 9-2, fourth, and 1, Center of Attention, at 8-1, getting into the quarter horse Pentafecta. So Rolando Pena giving a salute to Eduardo Luna Diaz. Was on the winner. There, the Tim Eggleston 2. It was a white cap for Remember the Queen. 3-0 Bay Philly by Cyber Monday. Tim Eggleston for Kimberly and Roger D. Beam. Remember the Queen draws in to win 15.515. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 11, Remember the Queen, with the quarter horse leader, Eduardo Luna Diaz, having a meet. Remember the Queen is a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Cyber Monday, and of FDD Candy Queen by FDD Dynasty. Tim Eggleston at the top of the quarter horse trainer ranks here for Kimberly A. and Roger D. Beam. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Remember the Queen. Takes out a bunch finish over Leonard and MG Fresca third in 15.515. Fast and really no breath of a breeze. $11.9 exacta after the win photograph. Paid $48.40, 50-cent trifecta, $117.95. 8-11 double, $131.80. 8-8 consolation double, $26.60. Sydney Jack was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $87.91. Pick 3, $141.90. Center of Attention capped off the 10-cent quarter horse Penta, $611.98, 15.515. Fast, no wind, one more. 15 minutes away, or so scheduled for the finale. 10th race, a maiden over the 400 yards. No scratches, 10 of them run. 3 cruising down the beach. The jockey Isidro Banuelos on 3 cruising down the beach. 1 Sizzling Heart is 2 over. Number 2, Don't You See? 4 pounds over. Number 5, To Catch a Legacy. Racing on Lasix. It's not first time Lasix. 7 pounds over on the 5. 6 Catcher Legacy is 3 over. 8 Apolitical Elmo 5 over. 9 Ivory Jane is 2 over. Also, there's a jockey change. So Isidro Banuelos is riding the blue 3. 4 HH Chasing CJ, the yellow 4 with Diego Bocanegra. Diego Bocanegra rides the 10 race maiden. That's the number 4 HH Chasing CJ in the quarter horse maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and 1 more 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. There's a birthday, JR. Happy birthday from all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Racing Rachel, wished you one a little earlier here in the day. J.R. Davidson, a very happy birthday from all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Have a great night. J.R., blow out those candles. There they go. Good start for Sydney Jack. Remember the Queen with speed past the 220. Nearest those inside gates, it's Center of Attention with Outlaw Woman pursuing. Remember the Queen coming to the forefront with Sydney Jack. These Tim Eggleston too. It is Remember the Queen at the finish, a driving finish. Remember the Queen who was joined late by... There they go. Good.
up to our 10th and final race of this Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And yes, it's another quarter horse race, but a little bit different. This is going to be an $18,000 maiden for 3, 4, and 5-year-old quarter horses. I kind of like the fact that the racing office writes these type of races because I've often said, even though the big money is in the 2-year-old ranks, not all young horses perform their best at that age. You're young, you're inexperienced. So to give these older horses an opportunity to run for a nice purse is pretty cool. All right, well, let's go to the paddock. I'm going to begin with number 1, Sizzling Heart. Qualified for 2 of our major futurities last year and has hit the board in all 3 efforts in her 3-year-old campaign. This is a filly by Gold Heart Eagle V, and she's trained by Tony Cunningham, who just notched his 1,000th quarter horse training victory about 10 days ago. So way to go, Tony. Sizzling Heart, it's about time for her, so let's see what happens. All right, how about number 2, Don't You See? Ran 3rd to my top choice on June 9th. Just 3 previous starts for this gelding sired by EOS Apolitical Win. Every right to move forward for conditioner Cody Gates. He doesn't have a huge barn, but he has his horses ready when he does enter. And he's going to give a leg up to jockey Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Usually rides for his wife Jessie, but she doesn't have one in today, so he was available. Sometimes these lightly raced maidens can surprise, so I would not just take a long look in the warm-up and see what you think. I'll go next to number 4, and that's HH Chasing CJ, who has some experience. This will be the 11th start for this filly by Escondido Beach, trained by Shauna Martin. Now, she had trip woes in her last race. I always look for that because if you're blocked or stumbled or any of those things, you're not going to give your best effort. But I think she's got a good chance, and a little bit of a rider change here. Giovanni Flores Munoz will not ride, but Diego Bocanegra, who's one of our top 4 riders in the colony, has the call. All right, how about number 7, Secret Smoke? Faltered in his most recent, but is very capable of hitting the board today for trainer Ron Raper and his rider Christian Penalosa, especially if this son of Tarzanito returns to the form on May 1st when he broke pretty well and held for 2nd. So I think some merits for Secret Smoke, who's going to be a good price. 1247 for me. Speaking of prices, yesterday our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta returned $1,723. I'm serious. So I do have a few minutes, and we'll go ahead and include one more horse if you're interested in creating a ticket for this 10-cent wager only for quarter horses. Okay, so I would say let's throw in a long shot. We want a long shot to perk up the payments, and so I suggest number 10, Sum of It All, 15-1. May take advantage of his far outside post under rider German Rodriguez. All right, well, that's it for today. We'll be back Friday. And then, of course, remember that noon start for Indiana Derby Day. It is going to be absolutely sensational. Have a good evening, everybody.
horses coming onto the track now for the 10th race. Closing the card with the quarter horse maiden over the 400 yards. 10 to start. 3 cruising down the beach. A couple of jockey changes. 3 cruising down the beach to Isidro Banuelos. Number 4, HH Chasing CJ. Diego Bocanegra rides the 4 HH Chasing CJ. 1 Sizzling Heart is 2 over. Number 2, Don't You See, plus 4 pounds. 5 To Catch a Legacy, 7 over. 6 Catch Her Legacy is 3 over. 8 Day Political, Elmo at 5 pounds to the program weight. And the 9 Ivory Jane, plus 2. 5 To Catch a Legacy is racing on Lasix. It's not L1. Number 5 To Catch a Legacy, not a first-time Lasix user. It's the L for regular Lasix there. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Arriving at the gate. All of the racing analysts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Racing Rachel. Byron Aragoni and Martha Clausen on the red 1. Sizzling Heart. They're going in. Danny Martinez or Tony Cunningham with Sizzling Heart. 3 to 5, the final favorite, and the picks of all of our experts here in town. Don't You See? Don't You See has joined Sizzling Heart. Catch Her Legacy with Secret Smoke. There's Cruising Down the Beach. Isidro Banuelos with Cruising Down the Beach. Bringing him up. 5 race maiden Cruising Down the Beach. 5-year-old maiden. He started, well, this will be his 20th run Cruising Down the Beach. Bring the Surfs up at 15 to 1 here tonight. Meantime, it's 3 to 5 on Sizzling Heart, was first loaded here at the 400-yard start. This to close out the card. Quick reminder, Friday post time at noon. Saturday, Indiana's biggest day of thoroughbred racing. Saturday, it's Indiana Derby Day from 12 p.m. Eastern here. So Diego Bocanegra, HH chasing CJ, uses a flipping halter next to the 19 race maiden cruising down the beach. Apolitical Elmo, Ivory Jane, and one more. German Rodriguez with Summit Ball to make up the 10. Fast Track, no wind. It's the last of the day before the eve of Indiana Derby Day. Some of it all there in the gate. Off. And the Thursday finale, Sizzling Heart rockets away from the rail for Danny Martinez. Gets the jump inside the final 330. Trying to charge between horses, cruising down the beach with HH chasing CJ. Here's Secret Smoke, who's late on the scene, but it's Sizzling Heart. Sizzling Heart raced away and takes out the maiden. Sizzling Heart nicely from HH chasing CJ, cruising down the beach in his 20th run, and then Secret Smoke and Don't You See after the 400 yards. One Sizzling Heart. 3-5 on the final favorite, takes out the maiden. This was his 11th career start. He's won it well. 3-5 on Sizzling Heart, open margin. HH chasing CJ, cruising down the beach. Secret Smoke with Don't You See, A Political Elmo. Ivory Jane, we trail back to Catch Her Legacy. Sizzling Heart. All of the handicappers had it. Danny Martinez for Tony Cunningham. 3-5. Final favorite obliges. The judges have posted number 4, HH chasing CJ, the runner-up in the maiden. The Blue 3, cruising down the beach, was 3rd. 7 Secret Smoke 4th, and 2 Don't You See was 5th. 1-4-3-7-2 for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Danny Martinez, one of the quarter 4 jockeys here this season, right there toward the top of the meet leaderboard. Tony Cunningham, just a short racing cards ago, captured his 1,000th career quarter horse victory here. One of the big Saturday days at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Don't forget, after this coming Saturday's Indiana Derby Day, we'll have an all quarter horse card here on July 18th before the summer break. Hope you can join us here our next all quarter horse Saturday. That's 1 week from this Saturday on the 18th. An all quarter horse card here from 10:45 a.m. This Saturday is an all thoroughbred affair on Indiana Derby Day from noon. .505 clocked Sizzling Heart for that maiden win. Fast Track, barely a breath of a breeze. 20.505 after the 400 yards. One Sizzling Heart with Danny Martinez. The final one to step into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle here. Danny Martinez, 3-year-old brown filly by Gold Heart Eagle V. Tony Cunningham trains for owners Joyce and Eric Lettinen. They also bred this son of Gold Heart Eagle V. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sizzling Heart. Had it pumping out to the maiden ranks tonight. Some of it all vanned off. It's official. One for exact, $11 even. 50-cent trifecta paid $22.65. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Sizzling Heart, $37.85. Quarter horse Pentafecta, $72.28. Don't You See ran 5th. 11-1 final double of the day, $13.20, and the 10-cent superfecta. 1437 paid $23.27. Secret Smoke ran fourth in the maiden. Don't You See was fifth. Fast Track, no wind, 20.505. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track on a warm and humid day here in town. Cheers to all who tuned in. Thanks to all of our YouTube subscribers. Hello out there. Live racing resumes tomorrow on the eve of Indiana Derby Day. Post time tomorrow will be at noon. Saturday is Indiana's biggest day of thoroughbred racing. Hope you can join us on Saturday for Indiana Derby Day, also off at noon here in Shelby County. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure for the broadcast booth, not only today but throughout this exciting Indiana Derby week. Until next time, track announcer John G. Dooley for now saying good night. And the gate off. And the Thursday finale, Sizzling Heart rockets away from the rail for Danny Martinez. Gets the jump inside the final 330. Trying to charge between horses, cruising down the beach with HH chasing CJ. Here's Secret Smoke, who's late on the scene, but it's Sizzling Heart. Sizzling Heart raced away and takes out the maiden. Sizzling Heart nicely from HH chasing CJ, cruising down the beach in his... And the gate.